Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to hopefully an exhilarating edition of Skap Live After Dark. It's been a while since I have been on live here with all of you, so I figured I'd hop on, and just chat some hoops with everybody here. There is some obviously a lot of action going on now. We are almost one day out. It is 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast of the US of A, where I am coming from. With moderator Gary is here as well. I'll bring him in a minute here. But yes, we are about an hour and a half away from February 4th, which will be the eve before the trade deadline ends. That's February 5th at 3 p.m. So there is still a lot of wheeling and dealing expected to go on with various teams. Obviously, there is still that massive carrot dangling out there. Giannis Antetokounmpo, of course, is the guy that I'm talking about. That it is known around the league that several teams are actively engaged with the Milwaukee Bucks. They have set forth their package, their offers to try to win over the Greek Freak and bring him out of town for the first time in his NBA career, ending his 13-year run with the Milwaukee Bucks. Apparently, the Bucks, though, are unsatisfied, or at least not very excited or thrilled about the packages they have been receiving. They are actively counter-offering other teams. I'm hearing that the Golden State Warriors are basically including everybody in the mix except for Steph Curry. Obviously, that includes Jimmy Butler, who likely will miss half of next year, as well as Draymond Green's name is being brought up. So Giannis Antetokounmpo, we will wait and watch for about another day and a half to see if the Greek Freak is indeed headed out of town. My expectation is that he will not be. This is going to be a complex deal that simply just won't be able to get ironed out in the amount of time we have between now and the trade deadline. But I think he ultimately will be on the move this summer. In the meantime, though, there is a bunch of other things that are going on in the NBA trade landscape. Most notably is little game James Harden is on his way out of town from the LA Clippers. He is headed to his now 6th team in his illustrious career, obviously an 11-time All-Star and a league MVP. One thing he never has done, though, win a championship. And now the next team that he will be trying to get to that level with will be the Cleveland Cavaliers. This story broke late last night, kind of early this morning, that in fact, James Harden had demanded a trade out of LA. It is the 5th consecutive trade demand this guy has made, or I guess the 4th consecutive. He left initially the Thunder because he wanted more money to go to Houston. He then, of course, demanded a trade out of Houston to go to Brooklyn. He demanded a trade out of Brooklyn to get to Philly. He demanded a trade out of Philly to get to LA. And now he demands a trade out of LA to get his way to Cleveland. And reportedly, it is all for the money. Jimmy wants to see the money. The $40 million that he was due this year and next just simply isn't enough. The 37-year-old little game James Harden wanted to see more guaranteed money for more years moving forward after his 37th league year, which will start. He turns 37 again in August before the next season begins. So that trade, that came together really quickly. The reports again came out late last night that it was also likely to be the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland straight up, or some facsimile of that. It does ultimately include a 2nd-round pick, does the deal. So Garland moving out of town from Cleveland along with a 2nd-round pick to the LA Clippers, and James Harden now is headed to Cleveland to pair with obviously Donovan Mitchell. Kind of a down year for the Cavaliers. Look, they are 30-21 right now, 5th in the Eastern Conference, but there's wiggle room for them. They could still, I think, ascend up to the 2 or 3 seed. Probably they're not going to catch the Pistons, but they're in striking distance of getting back to the 2 or 3 line. They were the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference a year ago, and they won 64 games last year. So this has been a bit of a disappointing season. Now they bring in little game James for the stretch run post All-Star break and into the playoffs. And then who knows, maybe, just maybe, LeBron James will be going home to where it all started in Cleveland. LeBron James to join James Harden and Mitchell this summer for a bit of a, one final run, I guess, for LeBron and maybe James Harden too, for that matter. Though, again, he wants more money beyond even next year. So it looks like Harden is going to decide to play on for his NBA career for a bit longer. LeBron, of course, the big news, again, is breaking within the last 48 hours, basically, a report from Bleacher Report, which essentially confirms that which I've been saying since the summer. If you guys have been with me from the beginning, or at least have been with me for a couple months, I've been saying this for months, that the LA Lakers were done with LeBron James, that they would have preferred that he did not pick up that player option in the summer, that $55 million player option, and that he just would have got out of town and ended this long-running nightmare for the LA Lakers. But alas for the Lakers and Laker Nation, LeBron did activate that player option, and he has a no-trade clause. So he is essentially holding the Lakers captive right now. Basically they're just at LeBron's very whim for the remainder of this season, at which point the report from Bleacher Report today or last night indicates that not only are the Lakers, yes, definitively over LeBron James, LeBron too is ready to move on and sever ties with the Lakers. Now, the front runner at this point simply has to be the Cleveland Cavaliers. For all of the storylines, the connectivity from the beginning of his career now to the end of it, and the fact that the Cavaliers, unlike many teams in the NBA to this point, simply the Cavs want LeBron. They've expressed interest in getting LeBron back. In advance of LeBron's return home game, about a week and a half ago, a report hit the interwebs that would indicate that the Cavs would be welcoming with open arms a LeBron return this summer. So maybe, just maybe, LeBron James will join Little Game James in Cleveland and see what they can do in that Eastern Conference. Obviously, LeBron never could cut it in the big league, in the varsity league of the Western Conference. So it makes total sense that he would return back to Cleveland. And guys, let me see in the comments where you think LeBron's going to go. I think we should open that up in a little bit later on in this live stream sesh, and we can kind of get a back and forth conversation going with me, moderator Gary, and you guys on LeBron's most likely landing spaces. I think that, again, Cleveland is the most likely, but I think I see a couple that would make a lot of sense to me. So I'll let you guys know what that will be a little bit later. But it wasn't just about James Harden today. There were some other kind of moves going on, wheelings and dealings, if you will, around the NBA. And again, as we get ever so closer to that February 5th trade deadline at 3 p.m., the Celtics land Nikola Vucevic for Anthony Simons. So look, I like that move for the Boston Celtics. The Celtics have been one of the biggest surprises in the NBA for my money, in my estimation. I think I've been an outspoken critic of Joe Mazzulla. I think he's done a fantastic job this season to this point. I think Brown, who never gets enough credit there, despite the fact he was the Eastern Conference MVP in the 2024 playoffs and the NBA Finals MVP in that same run. But he's been an all-star only a handful of times. He's only made one All-NBA selection his entire career. And I think this year he's fringe first team All-NBA. And I think he is going to finish top 5 in league MVP vote. And the Celtics in general have been a very pleasant surprise. I believe they are tied right now, I think 31-18 at the moment, with the New York Knicks for the 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. But they've been really just piecemeal at center this year, using young, unproven guys. Now they get the 35-year-old veteran Vucevic in, who, I believe he's been an all-star 2 times. He's averaging roughly 17 points and 9 rebounds per game this season. Love that move for them in bolstering their lineup and getting ready post-all-star break for their stretch run into the playoffs. And the Eastern Conference is wide open. You cannot overlook the Boston Celtics now, particularly since they get this move made today. Again, great move. Another one that, quite frankly, shocked me. I don't know about all of you guys. Jaren Jackson is going to Utah. I don't really understand the move. It's a massive deal. There's, I believe, 8 total players involved in this move, but The gist of it is that Jackson goes to Utah to pair with their core, if you will. Look, they've got a nice young core. Lauri Markkanen, I think he's 8th in the league in scoring currently at the moment. Keontae George and Walker Kessler, nice players as well. The Jazz, who have been cellar dwellers for recent years, they look like they're definitively ready to move on from the rebuild process, and they're adding Jackson now to that core trio. And look, the Jazz, they're just going to be another kind of exciting young up-and-coming team, I think, next year, just going to make the West even more crowded. Jackson, for his part, he's a young stud. He's a former Defensive Player of the Year, 2023 Defensive Player of the Year, two-time All-Star. Guy's averaging about 20 points and 6 rebounds per game right now this season. A block and a half as well to go along with it. Again, former Defensive Player of the Year. So they owe him a ton of money. I think he still has $200 million due to him over the next 4 years, including a $53 million player option, I think, in 2029. So he's presumptively locked into Utah for a long time to come now. And we'll see. It'll be interesting what Utah can do around this young, again, kind of a budding core of young, pretty interesting or any entertaining players. So again, I think the Jazz are probably going to be they're going to at least ascend to play-in range tournament coming up in the next year is my estimation. And look, they'll play spoiler, and they'll, I think, be more competitive in the second half of this season post All-Star break. So that is where we're at right now, as we are now about, 31 total hours out from that February 5th, 3 p.m. deadline. And again, the big thing that we're going to have to keep our eyes on is Giannis Antetokounmpo. I know Golden State is desperately trying to get that over the finish line. I pray to the basketball gods that Giannis will have a better sense than that. Look, whether he wants to get out of Milwaukee or not, whether he wants to pair up with another elite player, and obviously Steph Curry still qualifies as that when he's actually on the court, I think Giannis has to have some sense and say, I can't go to the West. Wherever you want to send me, these are the list of teams. I've heard that Minnesota is actually on the list of approved teams for Giannis. Look, that would be an absolute disaster if Giannis Antetokounmpo goes out west, because 4 of the 5 best players on planet Earth are already in the West. You've got Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Luka Doncic, Victor Wembanyama, already all in the Western Conference. Why does the 5th best or one of the top 5 best players, the only guy that isn't in the West at this point, does not have to also join that quartet so that we have the 5 best players? This would be ridiculous. It would be like back when Kobe Bryant and Tim Duncan were reigning supreme over the NBA, and like 10 or 11 guys out of the 15 were from the West on the all-NBA teams every year. That is what we're getting to right now. That is the imbalance that we're sitting at in the West pretty much already right now. It will just make it more pronounced and absurd if Giannis ends up going to Golden State. So I'm hoping that move doesn't get done. And then Minnesota would be very interesting. And I think that could potentially shift the balance of powers in the West, because Minnesota is right there in my estimation. They are in the contender tier as it is out West. So if you pair up, I don't care what they have to give up, the entire roster. If you pair up Ant-Man and Giannis Antetokounmpo, nightmare matchup for opposing teams. So I'm obviously going to be watching very eagerly to see what happens with that trade. Again, I said it off the top. I don't think, my estimation is that Giannis will not be moving at this point. I think that it's just too complex. It's going to require more than one team, maybe more than 2 teams. So like 3 or 4 teams to get that deal done. And Milwaukee is not just going to give this guy away. I think that they're going to be very particular and specific with what kind of a package that they expect and that they want to see. And they're not going to rush it now in the next 30 some hours. If it's not there, they'll just wait till the summer. And Giannis really hasn't been applying the pressure, at least not publicly, on the Milwaukee Bucks or their front office. So really, there is no need for them to rush it if he's not going to be leveraging them more than what he has been or what we've seen to this point. So, and then who knows? There could be some surprise things still coming down the pike, some smaller deals here or there from contenders to try to position themselves coming up for the playoff run. It's going to be a fun couple days, a fun couple hours, whatever, 35 hours, whatever it is. This is maybe my favorite time of the NBA. It's probably February and like May and April are my favorite times in the NBA because we have the trade deadline and all of the hot stove that is heating up ever so much as we get closer and closer to that deadline, and the All-Star break, which we can talk about, guys, some All-Star stuff if you'd like. Breaking news, the NBA did actually have to add an American to the mix to fill out the rosters because there are 2 American teams and 1 world team. So they needed to add an American player to balance it out. And thank God Kawhi Leonard is that player that they add. Thank God, because Kawhi Leonard, of course, is as deserving as anybody ultimately to be an all-star. He's like one of the 6 or 7 best players in the NBA right now this season when he's on the court. He has missed 13 games, but hell, 13 games out of like 45, that's nothing under Kawhi Leonard standards. Like that's a pretty durable season for Kawhi. And when he's been on the floor for the, I believe, 32 games that he has played into this point, the guy is undeniably, to me, like he's probably a top 5 player at this point. Somehow he gets snubbed from the initial All-Star list. I say somehow because we know how, because LeBron needed his all-important All-Star spot, which he doesn't deserve at all. And Kawhi was just one of the guys, one of the sacrificial lambs that was left off. So thank God that they needed to add another American on to balance these squads out for that format, and Kawhi gets added on. So we can get into some of the All-Star stuff as well if you want, but it feels like I've been talking for a while. I'm a little parched right now. I'd like to grab a little sippy of water and just say hello, welcome in Maud Gary. What's up, brother? How you been? How you been living? It's been a while, been a couple days.
Yeah, I'm over here, and I agree with you. I think Giannis is probably likely just going to stay. But, you know, the speculation is always fun. And there's one trade proposal here that I'm looking at. It's very complex. I don't even know if I fully understand it. But nonetheless is intriguing. And it's a three-way trade. It's not Giannis to the Spurs, but the Spurs could actually be a third team to facilitate a trade that, like you said, would send him to the East, which would send him to the Heat. Now, let me read this proposed
Now,
trade.
real quick, before you read that, the Heat are on Giannis's short list
of
his preferred destinations. So, and I don't know why that is. Gary, the Heat, to me, like they're not a competitive team to me. And they are better than I expected this season. But even Giannis doesn't make them like a championship contender. But I think the allure of South Beach, like all players, basically every player wants to go to like Los Angeles or Miami. Like that, it just is what it is because of the, I don't know, the weather, the nightlife, whatever. So Miami is always going to come up in these discussions, but go ahead with this complex proposed 3-team.
Well, him and Bam Bam would be a freaking nightmare together because Bam Bam is not in this trade. Like he would stay on the Heat. Like
and I'm guessing Tyler Hero's gone in this scenario, right?
Okay. This is the Spurs, and here's my regret from the 2024 when they took Castle with the 4th pick, which I thought was the right move. What I had kind of hoped was that they were going to be able to take Reed Shepherd with the 4th pick and take Castle with the 8th, but of course it's not worth the risk. And Reed Shepherd was gone, so of course you grab Castle. So when Castle was going to 4th. I was hoping that they might have taken Khalil Ware with the 8th pick, who is not – he's a great fit to complement Wemby, and he's young. Also, I was thinking Dalton Connect, who's been underutilized with the Lakers because I don't care what anybody says.
Well, Dalton's out of there, Gary.
What's that?
I don't know if you heard this, but Dalton Connect has officially demanded a trade.
That's what I'm
know.
getting. This is what I'm parlaying into this.
Okay.
Into this. Yes, I'm getting to that. Exactly. I texted you about that a few days ago. So what I'm saying is the Spurs would send Harrison Barnes, Kelly Olynyk, and a 2027 Hawks pick to the Heat in exchange for Andrew Wiggins. So then the Heat and Bucks, what they would do is, like I said, this is complicated. I'm scrolling down. Let me.
So, like, what did the Heat give up essentially?
Okay, here we go. The Heat would send Tyler Hero, Terry Rozier, Kaleo Ware, Jamie Jaquez Jr., Miami's 2030 and 2032 first-round picks, their 2029 and 2031 pick swaps, and Atlanta's 2027 first-round pick for Giannis and Bobby Portis. So what I'm guessing would happen was at that point, the Spurs would send Andrew Wiggins out to the Bucks in exchange for Kaleo Ware. Then in a separate trade, they could send Jeremy Sohan to the Lakers in exchange for Dalton Connect, and they would rectify. Not only would they have gotten Ware or Connect, they would have landed both of them, and they're both in the timeline. Dalton Connect is going to be good, I think. Kaleo Ware, I think, is a perfect complement to Wemby to play together, and they're both in their early 20s. I think that's a win-win. I think the Lakers need defense. Jeremy Sohan is better than what people think. He just is not fitting in on the Spurs roster right now, but he'd be a good defensive player for someone else.
I think, and that look, I don't know what Sohan's contract situation looks like, but I'm certain he's not making a lot of money.
$7 million a year.
Yeah. So, because the Lakers
and Connect 4. So
and I didn't mention this before in the lead in here, but the Lakers, look, LeBron, I know he's gone at the end of the year. I've been saying since the summer, since essentially August. So, it's been like 6 months. And I've been saying that LeBron was gone. They don't want him. They didn't want him this year. It became known that Jeannie Buss didn't want him for several years in that report that came out 2 weeks ago. But the thing here is this. In addition to the fact that LeBron will be gone in the offseason, he isn't going anywhere now, obviously, because he's got the no trade clause, and he doesn't see anywhere really that would benefit him to waive that no trade clause for. And secondarily, really no team out there is going to send viable assets out to acquire him and his $55 million salary. So it's basically an unmatchable deal. Like, there's no way you can get the salaries to match in a head up, probably not even in a two-team trade to get LeBron out this trade deadline. So he will just play out the year, walk in the summer. But the Lakers, though, secondarily, from what I understand, is they are not going to do practically anything in advance of this deadline unless it helps facilitate shedding more contract to get more space for them come this summer, because they're going to have to throw a ton of money at Austin Reeves, and then they want to go big game fishing and try to get some guys in the free agent market. So ultimately, the deal that you highlighted for the Lakers wouldn't cost them a lot of money. So that's something something that they, I think, absolutely would explore. For me, look, if I'm Giannis, I don't understand. I understand him wanting out of Milwaukee, and I understand, look, Milwaukee, it's over. Like, I understand Milwaukee wanting to move on from him because they've had him for the last several years and they can't get out of the first round. Now, some of that has to do with injuries and so forth, but this team is lousy. Like, when you look at what they are without Giannis Antetokounmpo, his on-offs this year are Nikola Jokic-like. Like, with Giannis on the floor, they're like 16 points better per 100 possessions net than without him on the floor. That's I haven't seen numbers like that other than Nikola Jokic. That's how valuable Giannis is, but that's how terrible the team is without him. So I get why they want to blow it up from both ends. But Giannis, if I'm into Antetokounmpo, he's, again, in his 13th season, 14th year next year already. Like, he's not a spring chicken, even though he's a little bit on the younger side. I think he's 32 now. But if it were me, if I were him, I would want to get to a team where I felt very solid about the fact that I can win a championship with that organization, and no other moves were necessarily needed to get me to the point where I could contend for championship. The deal that you just highlighted with Miami, like, does that really, yes, okay, they still have Bam Adebayo, but like, does Bam Adebayo and Giannis Antetokounmpo and a bunch of, I guess, semi-nice younger pieces that may or may not kind of coalesce around those two, like, does that really move him closer to a championship than he's at with Milwaukee? I guess it gets him a little bit higher in the playoff standings. I mean, I guess the Heat might be a 4 or 5 seed if they made that move, but okay, does being the 4 or 5 seed in the Eastern Conference really get him that close to a championship? You talk about next season, Jason Tatum will be back in action with the Celtics, who are like 31-18 in the 2 seed right now. They're going to get Tatum back. The New York Knicks next year, maybe, this is a spoiler alert, something I wanted to talk about down the line. Maybe LeBron goes there and just takes the vet minimum to play with the Knicks in that roster. Like, does it get them closer to those teams? And then Detroit, look, Detroit has the best record in the Eastern Conference right now. They're like 2 games behind the Thunder for the best record in the entire NBA. They're only going to get better because they're very young. Like, I don't know. That's not moving my needle if I'm Giannis. Almost if I were Giannis, I would look at these teams that are jockeying for my services and be like, yo, I want to pump the brakes. Can we just hold the phone here and just pull the foot off the throttle here for the remainder of this season, play it out, and then me and you guys as the organization can determine in the summer what is the best move for both of us. I don't know. I don't love
explanation. Jay, it's very simple. You're making this more complicated. I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Just straight up answer. Who's the coach for the Heat?
Spo.
Who's the coach for Milwaukee?
Doc Rivers.
There's your answer.
But Derek, I agree with you. But Giannis apparently, allegedly, thinks very highly of Doc Rivers. Like, yeah, Doc was part of the team that sold him on returning this year and trusting their vision.
Giannis is too nice. You really think he's like, oh, I'm so glad I've got Doc Rivers here coaching me. I've learned so much from him. But what can he learn from Spoelstra or Pat Riley's management and playing with Bam? So that's already a step up. I do agree that Miami would be my top choice, but it's better than Milwaukee. And he probably wants to get the heck out of the cold.
I think the problem is I just said that I don't want him in the West. But really, realistically, though, him going to a Western team like the Spurs or the
That's why the Spurs said they would want to do this deal, because they don't want Giannis in the West, and this would help keep him in the East.
Well, and see, that's the thing. Like, I while I like that and I would want him to just stay in the East, he does get closer, even though the West is harder. It will be more competitive. There will be harder. Each round will be a difficult series to get through in the West. So I guess he's not necessarily that close to a championship because of that, because of how loaded the field is overall over there. But it does get him on better rosters. Like, if he got to pair up with Anthony Edwards, like, that's the best opportunity for him. The closest I think that he gets to like a viable championship contender, unless he's going to Detroit or Boston. And I just don't think they have the juice to make that kind of a move. So we're really just talking about who's the best, like, lower tier fringe competitor in the East that he can go to. So I guess Miami makes as much sense as anybody else. Let's see. Let me see exactly where the Miami Heat are right now. Hang on one second. They played tonight. The Heat lost tonight 127-115 at home to the Atlanta Hawks. The Heat are 27-25 right now on the year. So they're like basically like a 500 team right now. I mean, obviously they get much better, but look, Giannis is a while away. He's like a month at least away from playing. So like they're gonna be in the play. And if he hypothetically was traded this year, like within the next 24 hours to Miami, well, they're gonna be a play-in team, which means they're gonna have to be the 7 or 8 at best the 7 and play, I don't know, the Knicks or the Celtics. And then at worst, they'd have to play the Pistons. And I guess, look, they could probably win that game. You know, I wouldn't be afraid if I was Miami and I had Bam and Giannis and they were both healthy. I guess I wouldn't necessarily be afraid of playing Boston or New York or even Detroit. So maybe to your point, maybe we will see a trade within the next 24 hours for Giannis Antetokounmpo. But I don't know, if I was a betting man, which I used to be, I would put my money on nothing getting done with Giannis. Of course, I'll probably look stupid when some like 5-team blockbuster gets executed at like 4 a.m. this morning. But I'll be keeping an eye on it. I'll be doing obviously some kind of video or a live about it if it happens. Gary,
both parties are ready to part.
Yeah.
So that's why the intrigue is there. Whereas in the past seasons, you knew that the Bucks were not ready to pull the trigger. The only question is, are they going to be able to get a deal worth pulling the trigger on? That's the only question. If they do, we will see a trade, but I don't think they're going to be able to work out a deal. That's just my gut feeling.
That would be my gut feeling as well. The Bucks, for what it's worth, were also in action tonight. 131-115 winners over the Chicago Bulls. The Bucks, though, just 19-29 on the season, 10-12 at home. You really can't get a better measure of a mediocre to just a substandard team than one that can't even win over half of their home games. So the Bucks just stink. And really Giannis is he's just like a life vest or like a life preserver that floats them around mediocrity when he's on the court, and when he's not, they just completely fall apart. A big slate tonight, Gary, by the way. I don't know if anybody wants to talk about the games that were going on tonight, but a huge slate. A lot of action. The Thunder blew the Magic out 128-92. The Lake Show, we're in action. LeBron in Brooklyn. Maybe again, I'm speculating possibly the Knicks, and we could talk about that maybe in a little bit. Why I think the Knicks make perfect sense for LeBron. I actually put a video up about, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours ago about LeBron, the report that LeBron is done with LA. They have wanted to be done with him, obviously, and that he is ready to move on next year. And, you know, I talk about a couple destinations potentially in that video. And one of the ones I mentioned prominently are the Knicks. So LeBron at the other New York team playing the Brooklyn Nets tonight. The Lakers cruise in that one, 125-109. And speaking of the Knicks, they too were in action, 132-101. They beat the Wiz easily. And then the Nuggets, what a tough back-to-back for the Denver Nuggets. The poor Nuggets, who are still without, they actually got Christian Brown back tonight. He looked terrible again. That is a terrible situation. They gave Brown $125 million in the offseason, $25 million per. It's going to be a huge impediment now to re-signing Peyton Watson. And Brown got hurt early on in the season. He didn't look good before he got hurt. Then he got hurt, and now he has looked terrible ever since. He tore ligaments off his ankle, so he missed like 7.5 weeks. Came back, looked horrible, missed another week or two. Now he's back again tonight, looked horrible again. So that is just a terrible situation. The Nuggets still, though, without Cam Johnson indefinitely and Aaron Gordon indefinitely, were in Detroit tonight. So they just finally get Jokic back after missing a full month. They play the Clippers, who are the hottest team in the NBA. And then they had to play the Thunder, who are the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. And then they had to play the Detroit Pistons right after that, who are the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. So just a brutal 3-game stretch for the Denver Nuggets once they got Jokic back. So they desperately need to just get to the All-Star break and try to mend some of these injuries up. The Pistons, though, at least I should say the Nuggets did make it tight. They made it close and competitive tonight. It didn't look like it was going to go that way at halftime. The Pistons were obliterating Denver at half. It was 69-50 at the end of the first half. The Nuggets, they put on a show. They got back into it in the second half, but ultimately the Pistons do prevail 124-121. So there you have it. That's pretty much what's going on tonight in the association. The Suns and Trailblazers are the only game that is yet to tip. The Warriors are also in action against the 76ers. That one is at halftime, 58-55. Philly on the road. By the way, Gary, Philly has been playing fairly good basketball lately. They're flying under the radar, I think. 28-21 are the Philadelphia 76ers. And Joel Embiid, while he only plays about half of the time, is actually sneakily having a very good year. I think, I spoke earlier about all-star snubs like Kawhi Leonard. Joel Embiid realistically could have been an all-star. If LeBron and KD are getting in all-star games on the merit of their, past accomplishments, and KD, I think, is a deserving all-star this season. But Joel Embiid is, I don't think he earned or deserved that MVP, but he is a former MVP, and he has a couple first-team All-NBA distinctions to his name. And he's scored about 27 points per game and like 8 rebounds a night in games that he plays. I think he's played about 29 games. So look, LeBron's played 31. If LeBron can be an all-star, Joel Embiid could have been an all-star too. And Tyrese Maxey's having a tremendous season. So, of course, Paul George has been suspended for 25 games, but who really cares? That guy, he's been lousy all season anyway. So the Sixers probably aren't losing any sleep over that loss. But the Sixers sneakily playing pretty good basketball. They're up 3 again on Golden State in Golden State right now. So the Sixers would be a team, honestly, if they could somehow scrap some semblance of health together in the playoffs, that I wouldn't necessarily discount a deep playoff run for the Philadelphia 76ers this year. So anyway, that is what we have going on in the association tonight. Obviously, a frenetic amount of action around the NBA off of the court today because of the fastly approaching trade deadline, which, again, I know I sound like a broken record, is coming up at 3 p.m. on February 5th. Gary, but what do you say we hit some of these super chats now? We're at about the 40-minute mark of this Skap Live After Dark session. Guys, welcome in. We have, about 400 people in here now at this point. So that is a nice little turnout here tonight. Welcome in to all of you guys. Many thanks to all of you for being here. And I do see I have a couple, super chats going on here. So let's just go ahead and get in on some of these, Gary, see what some of the questions are from the people, from all of you here in the lounge. The waters, as always, are warm. Let's kickstart it with DSP Historical Society. What's up, brother? A regular, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. Gary, what is the question or comment here?
Have fun choking in the playoffs, Cleveland. Oh, you can't be referring to James Harden now. He's never choked.
Now, for a team that choked their ass off last year in the playoffs. Now, and look, I kid to some degree because they did have a great deal of injuries in that. I believe it was the second round series that they lost in the semis, the East semis, to the Indiana Pacers, of course. And Cleveland had a bunch of injuries in that series at the beginning of the series. And then Halliburton hit some ridiculous buzzer beater, and they ended up losing the first 2 games at home, and then it was a wrap after that. But still, 64 games. They had the best net differential, the best SRS league-wide behind only the Oklahoma City Thunder in the regular season last year. And then they lost, I believe, in 6, but it might have been 5 to the Pacers in the semis. So, look, that is what it is. You just got to call it like it is. It's a choke. So now you take that squad and you add the king choke artist, Little Game James Harden, to the mix. And look, Harden is having a great year this year. I do have to give him his credit and his props. Look, he was an all-star last year. He was All-NBA third team last year. I think he's better right now. He's played in 44 games so far. He's been remarkably durable. He's played in over 70 games the last 2 seasons. He's on pace to do that again this season. He's averaging 25 points per game and 8 assists. I think he could have been an all-star for sure this year. And like I said, he was last year. He could have been this year. And he's playing really magnificent ball in the twilight of his career now at age 36. But he still is an unequivocal choke artist in the playoffs. And now he's not in his peak or his prime. So you do the math on that one. A choking team adds a choking player. That isn't a recipe for success as far as I'm concerned, Gary. I have to agree with you and DSP Historical Society here. Next thing, we've got the Incorruptible. What is up, my friend? A regular, always here to support me and the show. Thank you so much, Incorruptible. Gary, what is the question or comment from him?
How about Kawhi getting the damage control all-star spot?
Yeah, I mentioned it at the top, or I mentioned it at some point when I brought up the All-Star game. Kawhi Leonard, look, there are some egregious snubs. I thought, quite frankly, that Alfred Sengun was an all-star lock this year. I mentioned KD earlier in saying that he is a deserving all-star, his numbers and so forth, and his impact for that team and where that team is overall. Right now, I think they're in the 4 spot right now out west, but they're right there with they're right around the 2 seed. KD should be an all-star, but if Houston only could have one, it should have been Sengun. He is the best player on that team. He's averaging 21 points per game, 9 rebounds, 6.5 assists, shooting 50% from the field. He is higher than KD in PER and BPM. KD is higher in value over replacement. Like I said, I think they both deserve spots, but if it had to be one, it should have been Sengun. He should be a lock. He made the All-Star team last year. He's better now. I don't understand his admission and how he didn't get in. But as bad as that was, as egregious as that snubbery was for Alfred Sengun, Kawhi Leonard isn't just the best player on his team. He's like a top 5 player in the NBA right now. He is 6th right now league-wide in BPM, PER, and VORP. Like, he's a top 5 player, basically. He's averaging 27.5 points per game, 6 rebounds. He's shooting – his splits right now are 50, 40, 90. So he's shooting 50 from the field, 40 from the three-point line, 90 from the free throw line, and he's 2nd in the NBA in steals. And the Clippers went from they were 6 and 21 to start the year. 6 and 21. They're now 23 and 26. So I don't understand how he didn't get in initially. And yeah, at least he did get in. To
because
your point,
all the games he misses. That plays a role. He misses too many games.
You're saying Kawhi misses too many games?
Yeah, he misses too many games. That's why he's
played in more games than LeBron James.
Okay. I just know that he's always missing. If Kawhi Leonard is healthy, I put him in the upper echelon with Jokic and SGA.
Here's the problem with he hasn't played enough games commentary this year. Jokic has missed 16 games. He's in the All-Star game. LeBron has missed 16 games. He's in the All-Star game. Kawhi has only missed 13 games. So if those two guys are in, and look, Jokic is in because he's the best player on earth.
Right.
And he was voted in by the panel of fans and media and players that he was selected a starter. So, like, it doesn't matter how many games he missed or didn't. He's voted a starter, so he starts. But if you're talking about reserves, like LeBron has missed 16 games, Kawhi has only missed 13. So, like, I get it. If LeBron did what LeBron has done this year, obviously not as good as Kawhi. But if LeBron played in like all but 3 games and Kawhi missed 13 or 14 games, I'm fine with that. But you can't make a case for LeBron over Kawhi when Kawhi has not only been exponentially better than LeBron, but he's played in more games than LeBron. So, like, that is the problem. Like, Kawhi, like, he just had to get in my estimation. So, at least Incorruptible. I know it's a damage control spot or it's whatever, some commissioner exemption spot, but at least Kawhi got in because Kawhi does deserve to be in. I'm with you, Gary. He's a part-time player most of the time, but he's played in like 32 of the 45 games. So, like,
very nasty stigma attached to him right now with that stuff with Larry Ballmer, that the whole tree thing, paying him out of a different account or whatever. So I think that stigma is attached to him. We presume that it's true. We don't know for fact, but we presume that. And I'm thinking that probably plays a role in it. I know it certainly does. I like Kawhi, but he goes down a couple notches after that because I believe it. I could be wrong, but I think it's true. What do you think?
I mean, I don't know. Look, the other piece of this is, Gary, the All-Star game is going to be played in the Intuit Dome or whatever it is, Intuit Center, whatever the Intuit, whatever it is, which is where the LA Clippers play. So like the Clippers are the host team of the All-Star game. And look, I'm with you. Like, if you just want to say neither LeBron or Kawhi should have been in the game, like Harden has played in 44 games. Now it would look kind of bad because he would probably get booed unmercifully if he was in the All-Star game because it would be in the Clippers home building, and he just demanded to trade out and now isn't even on the Clippers anymore. But look, Kawhi, or I should say Harden, again, 25-8 right now, and he's played in 44 games this season. So I think he would have been a deserving spot or a deserving selection over either of those guys. So yeah, I mean, the NBA, look, if the NBA is mad at Kawhi or the perception or whatever it looks like, they weren't mad enough to not give him that commissioner exemption spot that he got just a couple hours ago. I think honestly, if there's someone that the league is upset with or that would draw the ire of the league and commish Silver, I think it would be more so Ballmer than it would be Kawhi. But that's just and there really hasn't been any, to my estimation or my knowledge, any kind of penalties or anything leveled at the Clippers or Ballmer to this point, even though, look, I covered that stuff in the summer, the Aspiron or whatever it was, that company, that shell company. It was very, very shady. It looked like a clear-cut example of salary cap circumvention. So I don't know, but I guess the league has had to have done their own independent investigation into it. And to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't been any formal penalties or anything issued at them. So I don't really know where they stand on that. Maybe it's time I do a little follow-up or something. Next in, we've got Twin Turbo 6. I don't know if I read that right. Twin Turbo 6 or Twin, I don't know, Turbo. I think I'm reading it right. Anyway, thank you, Twin Turbo 6. Thank you very much for coming in and supporting us here in the sponsor area of the live stream in Skap After Dark. Gary, what is the question or comment here from Turbo 6?
Harden, Donovan Mitchell, LeBron, Giannis, and Jarrett Allen? Question mark.
Wow, I don't know. What would be the path to Giannis getting to Cleveland in this scenario? Like that would be some really magical and mystical salary cap kind of balancing for Cleveland in their front office. I mean, look at the contracts on there. Like LeBron presumptively he would take a lot less because he wouldn't be making 50 mil, but like Harden's going to make, like, he's already making 40 mil. He wants an extension and more money. So he'll be making like 45, 50 mil. I got to imagine Donovan Mitchell's making 50 mil. Giannis is going to be making 50 mil. That's 150 mil from just three guys. Let me get a look at that. Let me just go and look at the Cavaliers contracts here, if I may. Let's see what we're working with here. Donovan Mitchell, 50 mil. So next year, Donovan Mitchell is making 50. Evan Mobley's making 50. Garland's off the book. Man, Garland was making 42 million, and he's due 44 million next year. Wow. He's off the books now. Jarrett Allen, 28 million. Wow. So yeah, they've got, oh my God. Well, Garland's off the books now, but Harden comes on, and that's basically a salary match because Garland's making 42 and Harden's making 41 right now. So that's a salary match, and he will account for that same cap hit next year on the 2026-2027 figure. So right now, The Cleveland Cavaliers already have $229 million on the books for the 2026-2027 season. Let me just, for shits and gigs, see what the expected salary cap is in the NBA for the 2026-2027 season. Let's see here. Early estimation for the 2026-2027 number, blah, blah, blah. 166. So the expectation is that the salary cap, I think, is 154 this year. So it's expected to go up a lot next year, $12 million to 166. And yet still, do the math. $229 million is what the Cavs are already committed to next year. And it's 166 cap. So that's, is there a third apron? If there is, the Cavaliers would already be in it. So they would have to definitely shed a bunch of that salary in order to make that work. Twin turbo to get Giannis there. I don't know. I don't see it. I could see LeBron there though with Harden and Mitchell. So it'll be interesting to see this summer. I don't see Giannis. Go ahead, Gary.
The narrative writes itself. LeBron's going to Cleveland. This is what he's going to say. He's going to come out. He's going to try to get all this sympathy and look like a good guy. He's going to be like, man, it's just been so hard the last couple years. You know, I appreciate the Lakers, but my heart was just gravitating to Cleveland, wishing I could go back. And now that my time's up in LA, I got to go back to Cleveland. When in reality, he's probably been planning this out with James Harden. So Harden and Donovan Mitchell, LeBron and Evan Mobley, the center who's really good. And this didn't Dennis Schrader play on that team in the won a bubble championship with LeBron? Now all of a sudden Dennis Schrader's on Cleveland. Was LeBron close with Dennis Schrader? That could make sense too. You know, so I'm saying he's already playing. See, what people don't realize, or well, if you have common sense, you'll realize it. LeBron had been planning that move in 2010 for a couple years. In 2008, in the Olympics, him and Wade and Bosch, and originally it was supposed to be Carmelo instead of Bosch. It's supposed to be Carmelo and LeBron to join the Heat with Dwayne Wade. But so they were planning that out in years. And then he says on his big decision announcement, now he's just like, yeah, I finally made my decision this morning when I woke up. And Jim Gray knows he's full of it. He's like, you made the decision this morning. And then you see LeBron, like his heart skips a beat because that's what liars do. LeBron's not hard to read. And he's like, and he's all nervous. He had been planning that for 2 years. My point is he's planning to go back to Cleveland now. I think that's why Harden is there as part of it.
I thought going into today, I would have thought that Cleveland made the most sense for LeBron next year. The narrative, like you said, it does really write itself. Like LeBron, let's just talk about this now. That why I think the Knicks make better sense. The narrative is good for LeBron because he doesn't jump to a fourth team. He keeps it to 3 teams. He doesn't look as much of a ring-chasing mercenary if he just keeps it to 3 total teams play for in his career and not a fourth one. And it is the place where he started his career, the place that drafted him in the NBA, his hometown team, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. It's where LeBron's going to go to end his career. It's going to come full circle. The place where he began is where he's going to end. I get it. It sounds nice and tidy and neat. But this is why I don't like it. Because he's already won Cleveland their big, like, franchise-defining championship. He broke the curse. He ended the long winter of misery without championships in Cleveland. He got them their chip. I don't think ultimately that the Cavaliers with LeBron and just Mitchell and Harden are close enough to get another championship. So it's not like he can win with Cleveland again. So it's really ultimately just going to be kind of a letdown and a disappointment if he goes back to end his career there and they, I don't know, fizzle out in the second round. The other thing is I just don't think, Gary, I think it's a programmatic non-fit at this point for LeBron James. Here's why. The reason that it's not meshing appropriately to me in LA right now, well, it's twofold, really. LeBron stinks at defense, and he ain't going to be any better for the Cavs on defense. But he also is too ball dependent. And Luka and Austin Reeves are also ball dependent players with high usage rates. So, like, it just doesn't. LeBron is not the best player on the team anymore. He's not even the second best player on the team anymore in LA. And he is lousy playing off the ball. He doesn't move well without the ball. He damn sure doesn't shoot well off the catch or off a spot and shoot kind of situation. So, like, LeBron to me is a lousy off-ball player. The New York Knicks, I think, make more sense than the Cavaliers at this point, especially with this Harden move, because you know that Harden is going to play at least next year and probably the year after at this point, although nothing is guaranteed with Harden. This guy demands more trades than anybody, so maybe he's just going to demand a trade to start the season if LeBron comes in. But let me just lay this on you guys real quick. James Harden right now in NBA history is the 19th most utilized player in terms of usage rating. So, like, 19th league wide, above players like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Steph Curry. So, like, that's how high of a ball dominator James Harden has been throughout the course of his career. But would you believe, I'm sure you would, that LeBron James is 9th in NBA history? So you've got James Harden, who's 19th, like one of the all-time ball dominators, but LeBron is that much better or that much more utilized, I should say, than Harden, 9th all-time. And then this is the big, did you know or would you believe that Donovan Mitchell is 7th in NBA history? Donovan Mitchell's 31.54 usage percentage is 7th all-time, above Dwayne Wade at 8 and LeBron James at 9, Russell Westbrook's at 11, Devin Booker 14, Giannis Antetokounmpo 15th, Kevin Durant 16th, just to name a few players that Donovan Mitchell is above. So LeBron going there and having 3 on-ball dominators, it doesn't make sense to me. Meanwhile, the Knicks actually do need a little bit more ball handling at this point. Like, really, they just have Brunson and that's it. So if you key in on Brunson and shut him down or take him out of it, like, the Knicks really do struggle overall offensively to get into any kind of a rhythm or flow because he really is their primary and only initiator. Secondarily, Gary, the New York Knicks are good. Like, they're better than the Cavs in my estimation. They're tied for the 2 seed right now. They have won a playoff series, at least one playoff series, in the last 3 seasons now. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They are closer to a championship now, I think, than the Cavaliers are. And if LeBron would get that elusive championship for New York, now he would only be the 3rd or 4th best player on that team. But what would that matter to LeBron and LeBron's camp? If he was the 3rd or 4th best player on a team, it would be LeBron brings New York their first championship in 53 years. Oh my God. His 4th title with 5 different, or his 5th title with 4 different teams. Like, oh my God, look, Jordan never did anything like this. Oh, LeBron. Like that is what we would see if LeBron somehow just piggybacked his way or hitchhiked on the back of the bus on his way to a New York Knicks championship. That would be the kind of reception that it would get. So to me, I think he's got a lot more to gain by going to New York than he does going to Cleveland at this point. So what do you think? That's my pitch as to why I think the Knicks make more sense than the Cavs. And they're both in the Eastern Conference, so they're both in the easier conference. So there's not that consideration either. What say you? Do you have anything to push back on me with on this?
Have the Knicks said they want LeBron?
There's nothing definitive, but there are sources close to the team that have indicated that they would be welcoming of LeBron if he wanted to go there in the summer.
If they want him, then yeah, I can see Cleveland and New York both being a great spot. I just hope Cleveland has said they wanted him.
I think it's a lock. He's not going to be in the West, so he's getting out of the West.
Right.
And I think
he's like, it's too hard.
Look, what does LeBron want to get? Does he care about look, people that love him are already going to love him. People that hate him are going to continue to hate him. It doesn't matter. So I think Cleveland is a less hateable move for him than the Knicks. So if he really cared or if it would change or sway people's the way they think about him or the perception they have for him, maybe then he would just prefer Cleveland. And again, there is that mercenary standpoint of oh, the guy just ran to yet another team that was right there on the cusp of a championship and just joined up. And look, there are people that will say that LeBron winning 5 titles with 4 different organizations is the most impressive thing ever. That
Right.
Jordan never did that. No player's ever done that. Yeah, but how many of the all-time great players have played on 4 different teams?
Right.
To me, it's a knock, if anything, to me. People think that it's impressive that he's won all these championships with different teams. I think it lessens the value of those titles, and it lessens his legacy because he just jumps to these teams and amasses these super teams or these stacked situations and gets ready-made. What if Michael Jordan went to 3 or 4 different teams that were right on the cusp of winning, or went to a team and brought in another player or 2 that made them the best collection of talent in the NBA? He would have won more than 6 rings. It's pretty obvious. Kobe could have done it if he wanted and won more. So I just don't get that angle of it. But the LeBron jock sniffers, the LeBron bootlickers will be out and they will be salivating and drooling and genuflecting all over LeBron if he went to New York and they won a championship. You just know that it would.
And the question is, how low is LeBron? Because his $50 million a year days are over, which is why he stayed with LA this year. How low is he willing to go to continue to play? That's the question.
That's a fair question. He could go to the Nets or some shit and make $50 million and they could be terrible, and he can just jack shots up all season long. But is that what he wants to do? Or does he want to go compete? If he wants to compete, though, he's gonna have to actually humble himself and accept less money and say I'm not worth $55 million anymore. I'm worth $3 or $4 million or whatever his vet minimum is, probably $6 or $7 million. I'll take $6 or $7 million or less than $10 million and humble myself to help try to be a 4th or 5th option on a championship caliber team. Does he have that kind of humility within him to do that? Big question. But I still, though, Gary, I don't see him retiring. So that he's going to go somewhere. So it's just a matter of where is it going to be? Because I'm not buying that he's leaving. There's no way that I'm going to accept that he's just going to go out without an announced, planned retirement tour thing, farewell tour. There's just no way. I know that his ego desperately wants and needs that. So it's going to be interesting this summer. I think that's going to be the chief storyline this summer, obviously, is where will LeBron go? I know I, for one, am here for it. I'm ready for it. Next, we've got Dylan. What's up, brother? Model Body Fit. Welcome in, my friend, and an obvious regular here and contributor all the time for the After Dark sessions, or really whenever I go live, he seems to find me. I think he's in Miami, Gary. So another Floridian like me and you. So welcome in our Floridian counterpart. What is Model Body Fit's question or comment here, Gary?
My man Skap, just listening in for the LeBum hate. I have something to add to piggyback to what you were just saying about LeBron. As we know, LeBron, what one of his biggest problems is he surrounds himself with yes men. Yes men, they don't rock the boat. They don't tell you what you need to hear because they don't want to risk losing that check. So all they do is just praise you. And that's a problem. That's a weakness for a narcissist, is they have to be admired. But as you know, I'm a bit of an advisor. If I was in LeBron's camp and was just objective with him, not that LeBron would ever take my advice, but this is what I'd say to him. I'd be like, LeBron, listen, you want to be the best. You want to compete. This is your best route to a championship. I would have told him this before he opted into this contract. Take the minimum, and what I want you to do is come off the bench, and I want for you to reserve your minutes. I want you to play 20 to 25 quality minutes, and we are going to unleash you in the fourth quarter. You're going to be energized. When the other guys on the team, even the younger guys, are tired, LeBron James is going to come in energized because he can still ball in spurts. He can still play like a top-notch guy in spurts. He's just very limited because he's older. But instead, no, I want to be a starter. I want to be the star. I want to make $50 million. And you completely shipwrecked your team. But I would be honest. I'd have the hard conversation. And if you're not a narcissist, you would look at like Tim Duncan. That's exactly what Tim Duncan did. He took a lesser role. He played 20. In 2014, when they won that 5th championship, Duncan was playing 20, 25 minutes. I think he always started, but I'm quite sure he would have come off the bench if necessary because there's no ego. He took pay cuts so they could pay other guys. But when you hog the salary cap, if LeBron was still playing like he was in 2010, by all means, get your $50 million. But when you can't deliver in the fourth quarter when the game is on the line in the playoffs, you don't need $50 million. I made a video and poked fun of all about that. So my point is, play less minutes, quality over quantity. But LeBron,
Gary, let me drop this on you real quick, Gary. I don't want to cut you off, but so I've just been reading over in the live chat here.
Yeah.
Got a couple, I don't know, 700 comments in here. Love to see the conversations going on in here. Shout out to all of you guys. But I want to lay this one on you from it's Biggie D, Biggggyd. Maybe LeBron goes to San Antonio. What do you think, Gary? You want that?
Hell no. Because what he would do is if that team is already on the brink. So you go there and now he wants to take credit. Yeah, I got Wemby over the hump. He would wear that as his crown for the king, crown of honor, and he would take credit for Wemby's success.
I also want to give a shout out to everyone in the chat right now. The live chat, getting my back I'm not going to block this guy. I'm not going to do it as long as if he takes it over the line, then I'll have to block him. But I'm not going to do it because I've got all you guys in the live chat policing him for me. This Agent Z7G person is just shooting his mouth off in the chat, acting foolish, saying foolish things. And I just thank all of you guys for getting my back on this one. And if he takes it too far over the line, I'll have to block him. But otherwise, he's welcome to be in here and get checked by all of you guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys.
I see a legitimate question. I don't think he's trolling. Or at least from what I see, I only see one comment from him right now. Do y'all realize that LeBron is averaging 22 right now? I don't think he should be a bench player. Well, Agent, let me ask you this. How is LeBron looking in the fourth quarter? How did he look in the fourth quarter against the Timberwolves last year? And how about 5 points? $48 million to score 5 points in the fourth quarter of the last game of the series when the game is on the line. So, Agent, maybe if he came off the bench and limited his minutes, he would have more energy to score more than 5 points when it counts the most in the fourth quarter. That's my point. See, LeBron would surround himself with yes men just like this who do not understand what I am saying because they won't make sacrifices for the betterment of the team. That's why you are a loser and you continue to lose.
Well, and I'll say this, I don't think LeBron will be a bench player. Like I think he will be a start. He'll be a starter next year wherever he goes, but he's not going to be, he won't be one of the two best players on the team if they're going to be a viably competitive team. Like if they're going to have a real shot to be a real contender to win an NBA championship in the Lord's year of 2026, LeBron James cannot be your second best player. Like they can, if he's the third or fourth best player on a team, maybe you got something there. So maybe if he goes to the Knicks and he's the third or fourth best player on the Knicks, then maybe you've got something there. I think he needs to go to an ecosystem that has a good defense because he doesn't play defense. He is going to be a floor sinker on that side of the ball. So he needs the remainder of his supporting cast to be a good, viable defensive unit so that they can cover up his inadequacies on that end. And that's, look, not necessarily denigrating LeBron in the sense that like, he's 42 next year. He stopped playing defense like 10 plus years ago anyway. Now he's 42 years old. So go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, agent. Okay, let's clown. Let's clown the clowns. Worst take I ever heard, Gary, about what I just said. Agent, I guarantee you he's going to be like the vast majority of Indiana Pacers fans. When I guarantee they would lose that series, but every time they won a game, they were in here trashing me. And then when they ultimately lost, crickets, ghost town. They weren't around. Agent, you're going to be the same way because I challenge you, come back at the end of the season and let me know how LeBron fares this year in the starting lineup in the playoffs. Let me know how bad my take is. Come back. I double dog dare you. I guarantee ghost town. Because this has been the curse of my life is that people look at stuff in the forefront. They don't understand what can possibly happen. I call it out. I tell them what I think is going to happen. I've been right many times. And every time I'm right, people avoid me like the plague. They won't come back. No one comes back and says, man, Gary, that was good. Yeah, you were on point. Let me give you some depth. Let me give you props. No, people evade me. And agent, you will evade me because LeBron is not a championship starting quality player right now. I just admitted he plays like an upper echelon player in spurts, but only small spurts. He's 41 years old. He's not a starter on a championship team anymore, but he can contribute off the bench. And dare I have this hot take, I am open to Victor Wembanyama coming off the bench because we have been dominating teams when he comes off the bench. I don't think that's a bad strategy, and I don't know why some people are so insulted by that idea coming off the bench because this is what you do. You can go against a superior team, and if you can just stay within 2 to 4 points of that team for the first 6 minutes of the first quarter until there's that first timeout, and then they send their starters to the bench, all of a sudden, you got damn Victor Wembanyama coming up, and he goes on a 20-2 run, and then you're down 18 by the end of the first quarter. I don't think that's a bad strategy, and I don't know why some people think that it's an insult to bring somebody off the bench who's going to a night. That's what James Harden did in 2012 OKC. Manu Ginobili used to do that in San Antonio. I don't think that's a bad strategy.
Yeah, but I mean, LeBron is a different kind. I can't see. Look, this will be a conversation that's had in the. This isn't a conversation that will be had in the summer whenever it is that LeBron is making his decision on what team he's going to go to. Obviously, those questions will be had with him and the coach and like what the coach sees LeBron's role being with that team. Gary, but Will N8664, what's up, Will N? He's got an actual theory. I just wanted to jump ahead to him on the old queue here because he has a theory on Agent Z7G that it is in fact Rich Paul's burner account. So if that is indeed the case, Agent, I mean, I think it might actually be more like Agent Zero's burner account. Gilbert Arenas in here.
Right. That's what
coming back to get after me some more, maybe. If so, Gil, if it's you, shout out, bro. Get at me if you wanna have another debate sometime. Or if it's Rich Paul, Rich, you're welcome in anytime, my friend. Skap Attack, the waters are always warm here. We can do a whole show. You can bring anybody on you want. If it is you, Rich, or again, Gil, obviously, I'm always accommodating and ready to have anybody on and have a further conversation. I
Agent
do also
Zero Rings. That's my nickname for Gilbert. Agent Zero Rings.
I do also, before we hit the next super chat, want to just I'll give a shout out to Dark Steel. I saw your comments as well. I do read all of these live chat ones too. So I appreciate all of the super chats very much and the support. But I do check out everything that's going on in that chat. So I did see Dark Steel. I'll check out. He said that he sent me a couple emails. So I'll get in there sometime tomorrow or the next day. I am traveling at the end of this week, unfortunately, right around the trade deadline day. But so I've been busy this week. But I will get in that email. I'll get in and check it out, Dark Steel. And I appreciate the support as always. I believe we stopped on Giuseppe. What's up, brother? Another regular. I love to see all my regs in here. I appreciate all you guys so much. Gary, what is this question or comment from Giuseppe?
As a Heat fan, we need Giannis. Love you, Skap.
I love you too, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate you as always. And hell, I'm pulling for you. Look, Giannis, that's one of the teams. He's named like four. I think there's like 4 teams on his preferred list of destinations. I think it's the Knicks, the Heat, the Timberwolves, and I don't even know if the Warriors are even on his list, but that's the team that seems to be in the furthest and most advanced trade talks at this time with the Milwaukee Bucks. So I would imagine that Giannis has had to have signed off or approved that as a destination as well. So the Miami Heat are on the list. So there is obviously a chance. I'm saying there's a chance, Giuseppe. So that would be interesting. It'd shake things up. It would get Giannis to South Beach, which is a destination he likes. And who knows? They have a great infrastructure there. It's a great organization. So yes, Gary.
To piggyback off what you're saying, Giuseppe has another, bring it up, very good point that plays right in what you're saying. Go right down to his next one, which is just what you're saying right now. Look at this. This is something we forgot about. Norman Powell with Bam and Giannis with Coach Spoelstra. You got something.
Yeah, I mean, Norman Powell's a nice player. Again, it's interesting that the Clippers got rid of Norman Powell in the summer. Essentially, it wasn't like they traded him. They did. I mean, they traded Norman Powell in order to be able to bring on Bradley Beal. Like, that is exactly what they did. So, and Bradley Beal, of course, played in 7 games before he had a season-ending hip injury. And like Norman Powell was like their only good young player, and they, of course, get rid of him. And now they have to leverage Harden off the team to bring in Darius Garland, who's a younger player. So that obviously they'd be building for the future a little bit if they had retained Norman Powell. They didn't. Look, Powell is a nice player, and he is an all-star this year, and he's having a great year. So, we'll see. I mean, that's going to be if Giannis does go there, and they will retain Powell. I guess based on the speculated pieces that we went over earlier. So yeah, I mean, maybe a little core of Norman and Bam Adebayo and Giannis, and then who knows what else? Because as I was saying, it's a great organization with a great infrastructure, good front office, good leadership, great coaching. So who knows what else they'll be able to build around it in the offseason. So we'll have to keep our eyes on it. Let me just make sure. Let me check ESPN.com, make sure there's no breaking news or anything like that that's happened while we're on. I'm sure someone would have made a comment if there was. No, nothing yet. Nothing. Giannis has not been traded yet. So stay tuned as we move on to the next. Oh, look at this next comment from Lester's Banana. Let me go ahead and read. Let me just read this one for you, Gary, since it's kind of to you. Shout out to you, Lester. What's up, brother? Gaslight Gary. Gaslight Gary, 2 R's, wants LeBron in Cleveland.
Okay. I'm pretty indifferent to LeBron, to be honest. I think it's comical at this point. Wherever he goes, he's going to end up losing because he's a narcissist. And like I said, he won't do the smart move, which is to come off the bench and take a pay cut. And if he did that, he could contribute. But he refuses to do it. So it doesn't matter where he goes. He's not going to win. Not unless he maybe takes a league minimum and jumps on OKC and plays 10 minutes a game. That's the only way, but then he would not be the leader. And by the way, as you know, Skap, I told you I was getting home from the grocery store, and I have some cucumbers in my refrigerator right now, Lester.
You hear that? You hear that, Lester?
Yeah. How much super chats are you going to give to show me with a cucumber?
Gary's got some cucumbers, Lester. You hear that? No bananas.
My price
Gary,
is $1,000, Lester. $1,000 American dollars, and I will put that cucumber right in my mouth. And I have hard-boiled eggs.
Easy, big fella. Easy.
$1,000.
I'll tell you what, Lester. Let's not do that on my. Let's not do that on my stream. We'll go head over to Gary 828's OnlyFans page, and you can work on that $1,000 cucumber transaction.
Well, that's what he proposed last playoffs. So
that is correct. That's correct.
That's my going rate, Lester. $1,000 American dollars. And I will take a bite of a cucumber for you. There you go.
There you have it, Lester. Yeah, again, you can go over. That's Gary828 at onlyfans.com or whatever that handle is. Then we've got the Incorruptible back in. What's up, brother? Welcome back in, Gary. What's this latest from the Incorruptible?
Will beds and pillows bring Junior with his 4-year? I think LeBron will try to bring Bronny, his scrub son. And I think he's probably going to try to maneuver Bryce one way or another, because then people are really going to think he's the GOAT.
I don't think that's going to be possible, Gary. I just actually saw, first of all, LeBed.
He's redshirting.
Yeah. He's redshirting in Arizona. So, yes, the Bryce he's going to play at least one more season in college. So LeBron will have to stick around for a while if he's going to get Bryce on there. I like this beds and pillows because I did do a video on LeBron's latest podcast experience a few days ago where, amongst many other things, LeBron's talking about how difficult it is, how much harder it is to play in 2026 than it was back in the 90s and the early 2000s. Right. And one of the things he references is all of the different beds and pillows that they have to sleep on while they're traveling. So nice name there, Incorruptible. And yes, to your question, yes, Bronny will 100% be forced in as a package deal to wherever LeBron goes, which is actually going to be kind of tricky because it's not going to be a trade. Obviously, LeBron will just be off the books and he'll walk in free agency in the summer. Bronny, however, is still under contract by the Lakers, so that's going to be a weird, awkward situation where like the team that signs LeBron is going to have to agree to somehow put some kind of a deal together to get. Now, of course, the Lakers will gladly and happily acquiesce to that to get Bronny off their books. He obviously has an undeserving spot on the books as it is anyway, so I'm sure. But it would be funny if the Lakers kind of forced that team to give up more than they wanted to because they had to in order to appease LeBron. That would be pretty funny. Go ahead, Gary.
This is a rarity, but I'm going to say something positive about Bronny. In all seriousness, as bad as Bronny is, he seems like a humble kid. Like, he seems like he takes more after his mom than his dad. Thank goodness. He seems very polite, unlike Shedeur Sanders, who's just so arrogant
and also made it to the league. No one wanted to draft him. They only did a pressure from Dion because Dion's one of the greats.
I agree. Bronny does seem like a good kid, and I really, on its own, on its own surface or on its own merit, I have no problems with Bronny. I feel kind of sorry for Bronny because he's such a punchline. And he obviously doesn't deserve to be in the league right now. I think maybe had he just gone to college and played like 3 to 4 years in college, maybe he could have come into the NBA and been like a contributor, like a 7th or 8th guy in a rotation, maybe be like a 3-and-D type guy. But he obviously was thrust into a situation that he wasn't ready for, and he's under the microscope and he's under the bright lights now, thanks only to the narcissism and selfishness of his own father. So I honestly do feel bad for Bronny.
Right.
But we've got Bands Nabs in now. I always say this wrong. Bands Nabs is a regular. Thank you very much. I always say the names wrong. I guess that's right. Bands Nabs. Thank you very much for that. And I think I don't think I'm gonna thank you for the support. I don't think I'm gonna have much of a comment on this question or comment, but go ahead, Gary, and read it just to read it. Thank you, Bands Nabs, for your support of us here.
Opinion on David Stern being in the Epstein files.
So I got to be honest with you. I don't know if that's true or not. I am not up to date on the Epstein files. I don't care really much about it. I am not hanging on these things every day, demanding that they're released and then reading the redactions or anything like that. From what I understand, there's been a couple 100,000 emails or something released. There are heavy redactions on them. There's obviously a bunch of people, I won't use the term being implicated, but being, I guess, mentioned or named there, and in some way, some cursory connection to Jeffrey Epstein. I do not know if David Stern if this is actually true, if he was on the list or not, or what capacity he might have or might not have played in anything pertaining or relating to Jeffrey Epstein and his island. Bands Nabs, I guess I would formally, I would say for purposes of this channel and this live stream, no comment. But thank you for the question, and thank you for the support. We've got Giuseppe back in again. What's up, Giuseppe? Thank you again for your ongoing support. Gary, what's this most recent one from Giuseppe?
LeBron about to get his Timu Jordan ending.
Yeah, Gary, do you know, and maybe the chat can help us.
I don't buy off Timu, no.
Do you know what it is, though?
What, Timu?
Yeah.
It's like it's basically a website with a bunch of items that are kind of like generic. Maybe a step up from the dollar store, but they may have like dollar store stuff or maybe stuff a little better. So basically, you hear someone's a knockoff, they're Timu. That's basically what it means.
Makes total sense. I've been seeing that phrase or whatever term thrown around online, in web forums or whatever that I've been on. I really didn't know what it was. So thank you for that explanation. Obviously, I am old. So that obviously I am not up on the online lingo as much that the younger kids are throwing around these days. So that makes sense. And LeBron about to get, I don't know, maybe we'll see. I guess we'll see. Giuseppe, stay tuned. We'll see where His Highness is headed this summer. I don't know really. I don't think there's ever going to be. I don't think there's anything he can do that can get him any closer to his airness. But I think there's people out there that would think that there's a couple things like the Knicks scenario that I laid out that would probably bring him closer to Jordan's legacy. Again, I would disagree with that. We've got Will N 8664 back in again. I know we already had one that he thought that Rich Paul was Agents G7 whatever.
And Agent Zero Rings over here just made another comment trashing Kobe, saying Kobe never shot 50% a few minutes ago. I didn't interrupt you talking in a moment, but this I think it may be Gilbert
as he's saying a lot of the same things that Agent Zero Rings says on a regular basis.
Could
So
be.
I'm glad he's a fan of your show.
Yeah, thanks, Gil, or Rich, whoever it might be.
Nick, right?
But we've got Will N back in again, who of course leveled that initial theory that potentially that was Rich Paul. What's this next? What's this one from Will N say though, Gary?
This might sound like a hot take. No offense to Cat, but I feel OG should have gotten the All-Star slot instead of him for the Knicks. I think Cat's overrated. I don't know. I just don't buy him.
I was surprised with Karl Anthony Towns' inclusion on the All-Star list. Now look, his numbers are insanely good. I think he's averaging like 20 points per game and 10 assists right now this year. And for his career, that's basically what he is. He's like a 20 and 10 guy for his NBA career. Let me just confirm so I'm not sounding stupid. This year, he's averaging 19.8 points per game and 11.8 rebounds. So actually 12 rebounds a game. He's leading the NBA in rebounds per game right now, 20 and 12. And again, his career averages 23 points per game and 11 rebounds a game. Like career 23 and 11 and a 52% shooter for his career. I mean, he's a pretty elite three-point shooter for a big. He attempts 4.5 a game right now. He's shooting 36%, which is actually pretty low for him. He's 41%. He basically shot 42% the last 2 seasons, and he shot more the last 2 seasons from 3 than he has this season. His numbers look great. Like Karl Anthony Towns is one of those guys like Trae Young, whose numbers just look absolutely terrific. But like, I just don't fully believe or trust in Karl Anthony Towns. And for me, this year in the East, I mentioned Joel Embiid. I'm very critical of him typically. I think Joel Embiid probably could have got a spot over Karl Anthony Towns and probably even Brandon Ingram. Let me just lay that name. Let me check his numbers real quick. Brandon Ingram's stats this season: 22 points per game, 6 rebounds, 3.7 assists, 47% shooting, 49 games appeared in, and the Toronto Raptors are good. They're like I think they're the 4 seed right now in the East. So look, Scotty Barnes is an All-Star, so they already got 1 All-Star. So I guess maybe they don't want to give the Raptors 2 All-Stars. But Brandon Ingram, I think, could have been an All-Star as well over Karl Anthony Towns. By the way, speaking of the Toronto Raptors, shout out to Darko Rajakovic, the legend, the head coach of the Raptors. He of one of my favorite drops of all time. It's a complete crap.
Outrageous.
That entire thing, it's like 3.5 minutes long. It is an incredible rant. It's one of the great rants of all time. I use it very frequently in my videos as drops. Shout out to him. He is going to be the coach of the world team in the All-Star game. So great year for the Toronto Raptors. Just wanted to squeeze that in for my boy Darko. But yes, I'm with you though, Will N 8664. I could see Karl Anthony Towns not being in this All-Star game, but go ahead, Gary.
Here's my philosophy. And I know a lot of people may disagree with me. That's fine. To me, how I gauge how I think a player is going to be for the most part, and I think if you think about it, if you analyze it, you'll see it's the eyes. Look at the eyes. The reason I'm not big on Karl Anthony Towns, in spite of him putting up good numbers, is because in the clutch, I don't see that killer instinct in his eyes. Look at the photos of Kobe, Jordan, Tim Duncan, the champions. Look at their eyes. You're a killer in you. You can see it in their eyes. What did I tell you, Skap? Caleb Williams' rookie year, when he was horrible, getting sacked all over. And I'm not a Caleb Williams fan. I was hoping he's going to be a bust. But what did I tell you, Skap? Every time he got sacked, every time he had a bad play, he jumped right back up. And he was not scared in his eyes. And I told you, this guy's going to be good, I think. I was hoping he's going to be a bust, but I think he's going to be good. And then look at the improvement this year. all these crazy plays. I know he plays like crap for one half, but at the end, in the clutch, he's not scared. You can see it in his eyes, and you can gauge it. And that's why I told you about Tom Brady, his rookie year. You're like, Tom Brady was a game manager. How can you say you thought he was going to be good? Because as soon as Tom Brady stepped on the field, his rookie year, you could see it in his eyes. The guy was not.
But Gary, let me just tell you this though.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns, it's just ridiculous how good this guy's numbers are. And this is kind of why I don't.
You trust him in the clutch in the playoffs?
Well, no, but I'm just saying, like, this guy, his numbers are outrageous. Like, and this is kind of why. And shout out, we're gonna get to you, Javal 4046. Javal, the young buck is back, and he's peppering us with comments and super chats. We will get to you. But one of the reasons why I belittle this era so much and make fun of it all the time is because the obvious inflation and statistical inflation, I should say, of the players within this era, because it's just such an easy era to compile stats and stuff in. Karl Anthony Towns is 22nd all time in player efficiency rating right now, 23.58. That would be 1/10 of a point below Hakeem Olajuwon, and it is above Larry Bird, Dwayne Wade, players like Larry Bird, Dwayne Wade, Kawhi Leonard, Steph Curry, Jerry West, Oscar Robertson, and Kobe Bryant. Oh, and Kevin Garnett and Dirk Nowitzki. Like, Karl Anthony Towns is above all those players. It is ridiculous. Those numbers. So like, I get he has great numbers, but like, I don't know. Look, the Knicks are really good. His numbers look really good. So like, I guess I understand it, but I am with you. I do not trust him in the clutch. And I don't think the Knicks might win the East. I don't think that they will. But there's a chance that they do. I don't think that they'll win the NBA championship game though, ultimately.
Can you understand what I'm saying about the way his eyes look? Like he just doesn't look like a killer in the clutch.
Yeah, but there you can't necessarily go by
it's not the only thing, but it is.
Like Tim Duncan didn't look like a killer to me ever, but like he was a great player, a great winner, and a great champion.
His eyes are locked in. He doesn't look afraid. He never looked afraid. That's what I'm getting at. These guys, they look overwhelmed. That's the word. They look overwhelmed, like they're not processing fast enough what's going on, and they're overwhelmed. Duncan never looked overwhelmed. And there are times you can look at photos of him, his eyes, he's locked in. He's not demonstrative on his face. I'm not talking about the expression necessarily. I'm talking about the eye, and the eyes are not the only factor. Reggie Miller had that look, but he never won. But that's because he ran into Jordan, and then when Jordan fizzled out, he ran into Kobe, like your top two players of all time. So I'm just saying a good gauge of who's got real, true championship potential is look in their eyes. Wembanyama's got that.
Gary, there's no eye metric for all-star votes.
It's not about a metric. It's an intangible that
I'm saying we're talking all-star. Like I get a dude averaging 23.
Do you disagree with my take? Do you disagree with my philosophy? Do you think the eyes are relevant?
I don't think that it should factor into if you're an all-star or not. I mean, it could factor into if you're
a
champion.
About championship. Cat can be an all-star. I'm not disputing that. I'm talking about I don't trust him in the playoffs when the everything is on the line.
Neither do I. So we agree.
Do you know why that is? It's because of his eyes. You may not realize it. It's the expression, or not. It's his. He doesn't look like he's ready to take over. He's not Wembanyama. He's not Kobe. He's not Jordan. He's not Jokic. He's
Gary,
not locked in.
I want you to, at some point tomorrow, I want you to go and Google, or YouTube, go to YouTube and YouTube Bobby Knight game face. If you haven't, are you aware of that clip?
I know Bobby Knight. He threw the chair across. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid. I watched it.
But are you familiar with his game face rant?
I know that dude looked locked in at all times. I know
you got to look up the Bobby Knight game face rant sometime within the next 24 hours. In the meantime, the incorruptible Gary, I'll tell you this: One guy that was always, who had his game face on all the time,
KG, no
whose
doubt.
eyes were always dialed in, was Kevin Garnett.
Yes.
So the incorruptible, who is the biggest KG fan, at least on my platform, has a Kevin Garnett centric question. So go ahead with that.
Obligatory KG comments. Where would KG rank today if he was in his prime and played the way he played during his prime or most of his career? Oh man, he'd be in the upper echelon.
Oh, top. Yeah. I mean, if he played today in the era today, right now that he's in, like my top 5 right now is Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Luka Doncic, and Victor Wembanyama. So I think KG would be kicking one of those guys out. I think KG would be top 5, if not top 3. And he would definitely be the best full court player in the NBA. Like, there's no doubt about that in terms of offense and defense. Like, there just aren't those guys anymore. Like, if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was also the best defender on his team and was like a first-team NBA defensive selection every year too, then like that would be what Kevin Garnett is basically. So like there just aren't those guys anymore in today's NBA. So easy top 5 incorruptible, if not top 3, if the great Kevin Garnett were playing in the Lord's year of 2026. You hear that, J-Vol, J-Vol 4046. Do you even know who Kevin Garnett was, J-Vol? We'll get to you. Don't worry. But first, we've got Xavier DeGod, the first of many super chats, I'm sure, from him. Gary, go ahead with this, whatever the question or comment is from my man, Xavier DeGod, the regular. What's up, brother?
I'm about to throw you an alley-oop here, so get ready. My Lakers have been the most sorry defense right now.
Yes, they are not the worst, but they are close to the worst. At last check, they had the 27th net rated defense. So that's, there's like 3 teams worse than them in the NBA right now, but let's just say below not good. And in terms of the other competitors or whatever, the other upper echelon teams in the West, because the Lakers are 20, now they're 30-19 with their win tonight. So of all of the other contending teams, they definitely have the worst defense. Next thing, we've got Wolfsbane. Again, another regular. What's up, Wolfsbane? Welcome in. Go ahead with this question or comment, Gary, from Wolfsbane.
Robert Parrish played off bench for the Bulls in 97.
That can't be true.
Yeah, I looked at that.
That absolutely cannot be true.
Let me double check.
Hang
he's on there. Robert Parrish, center.
Holy crap! He's 43 years old. Yeah. I cannot believe he's on that team. Honestly, 43. I had no idea. Wow! Shout out to you, Wolfsbane, because I had absolutely no idea that Robert Parrish was on the 96-97 Bulls. For those of you who don't know who Robert Parrish is, he's most famously known or thought of with the 80s Boston Celtics, the Mikhail, Parrish, and Bird Boston Celtics that were dynastic in the 80s. He was apparently, and Robert Parrish started playing in 1976 with the Golden State Warriors, and he was 23 years old in his rookie year.
Wow.
Yet this dude was still around for the 96-97 Bulls. You learn something every day because I had no idea. Now, he had played in 43 games. He appeared in 43 games that season and he started in 3. He actually started 3 games, but only 43. He averaged 3.7 points per game and 2.1 rebounds. And in the postseason that year, he did obviously win a championship with the Bulls. 96-97 team, they won the championship, Jordan's Bulls. He played in only 2 games in the postseason, a grand total of 9 minutes per game in those 2 games, and scored 1 point. So his totals, I should say, in the postseason that year, he's played in 18 total minutes and scored a total of 2 points and got, 3 blocks and 4 rebounds. So not a real big contributor to your point, Will Spain. You're right. He was on the team. That is a surprise. All right, we already did Will Ends. We already read that one earlier. Okay, and now we get to J-Ball. What's up? Welcome in, brah. Welcome to you. J-Ball's got a couple comments coming up here. Those of you who do not remember or do not know, last time we were on live, J-Ball here, 4046, was mixing it up with us left and right. He is a big LeBron fan. He is. Now, look, let's not hold it against him because ultimately I'm just jealous, damn it. He is a young guy. We don't know how young. All that he would say was that he was born after LeBron entered the NBA. So we know that at the earliest, J-Ball was born in like 2004-ish, like 2005 maybe. So he is like 20 years old at the oldest probably. And I see he's back with a couple comments here coming up. So let's go ahead and just let him fire off this first one, Garrett. And thank you, J-Ball, for coming back and for being very generous with your contributions to us here in the sponsor area. I do appreciate you, even though I'm sure we're about to disagree a lot. But Gary, go ahead with the first comment or question from J-Ball.
Unfortunately, it appears that he has not evolved from the last live stream. You are very stubborn, J-Ball. He says, "What's up, brah? Everybody is too busy bootlegging MJ. He's only the greatest gambler of all time, also the greatest player to play in the plumber era."
The plumber era, J-Ball, because of course we are in the NBA today in the Lord's year of 2026, where there are advanced super athletes running around the court today, guys that obviously would have just obliterated everybody way back when in the plumber era of the 90s. We're in an era now where the decisive best player alive by a large margin is none other than 6'11", 280-pound Nikola Jokic with approximately an 11-inch vertical leap. A guy who was drafted 41st overall in his own draft and couldn't even get in the NBA, by the way, his first year. He wasn't ready yet. He stayed overseas for an entire year. Then he came over, and because the primary knock on this guy was a lack of athleticism. That guy is without doubt the best player alive right now. That is the super athletes that you're talking about today. Oh, and I guess Nikola Jokic is just an outlier because of his skill, his intelligence, his strength, et cetera, his mastery of the game. Okay, well, what about Luka Doncic? That guy isn't, setting the world on fire with his athletic prowess either. He's another top 5 player in today's NBA landscape. Additionally, I mentioned Trae Young earlier. This dude is averaging like 25 points and 10 assists per game in this era. He's like, I don't know, all of 6 foot, 160 pounds. Like, are these the elite all-time advanced athletes that would not have survived in the plumber era, J-Ball? Come on, give me a break. Like, human evolution doesn't take that much of a leap within 30 years of a span of time. I want you to go back, J-Ball. I know you, again, are on the younger side. Just do a cursory Google image search for me, if you can, of Karl Malone and David Robinson. And look at, those are some dudes that were playing in the plumber era. And combine them to Chet Holmgren. Okay? Get out of here with these plumber era takes, J-Ball. Come on, you're better than that. And I know you're just warming up. That was just your first comment. So I know you'll be back down the line here. Hopefully that next one is better than that.
I love it when 20-year-olds like to educate us about basketball in the 90s decade. It's awesome.
All right, let's jump back to Xavier DeGod. I see he's got a couple more coming up here. Xavier is always an outspoken member here in the sponsor area of the live stream here. Thank you, Xavier. I'm not sure. There's typically some kind of there's at least one hypothetical question or rank question from Xavier. So I haven't seen one yet tonight in terms of a question or rank. So could it be this one? Gary, go ahead with Xavier's most recent one.
Would you guys rather see Giannis play with Curry, SGA, Wemby, or Luka, and why? Also, Skap thoughts on Jamal Murray being an all-star now.
Great question there. I would most like to see Giannis play with Luka in LA. It's basically impossible to happen. I guess never say impossible. But the Lakers do not possess any assets really. Like they don't have control of really any draft picks before like 2030. So they really cannot facilitate that move. They don't even have Austin Reeves because he's on a player option next year at $14 million. So he's essentially a free agent at the end of this year. So that would have to be some kind of a sign and trade. I'm sure Austin Reeves wouldn't be pumped about going to rebuilding Milwaukee. So there's no shot that Giannis is going to play with Luka Doncic in LA. But to me, that is where I would most like to see him. I think that would be like the sexiest, funnest kind of fit. I think it would get both of those players, of which I kind of like them both. I love Giannis. I've been a big outspoken Giannis supporter and fan for several years. And I was very lukewarm and tepid on Luka Doncic for years, verging on me not thinking very highly of him. I still kind of question some of the things I see from Luka Knight. There's no doubt he's an elite offensive player and he stats the box score like few others ever have. But like I still question Luka at times. Look, he's shown the penchant to be able to carry a team to the NBA Finals. Didn't get them over the hump, obviously. I think pairing Giannis, though, that gets Giannis the closest to a championship that he can get to ultimately. And those two, their games fit very well. Luka would get Giannis in some great looks and get him attacking the basket. Like that would be a really fun pairing, I think, just overall. But it just can't happen, Xavier, unfortunately, unless it's like a fantasy world. But that is where, to answer your question, of all of those places that I would most like to see him, I would most like to see him in LA. And also I'm a kind of an LA fan. Look, I've got Kobe behind me all over the place on the wall. I loved Kobe Bryant. I wasn't necessarily a Laker fan, but I rooted for the Lakers by extension for 20 years. So I am, in a way, a Lakers fan in recess because I hate LeBron so much and he's destroyed the franchise. So I would like to see a player that I love and admire a lot like Giannis go to the purple and gold and help kind of build that franchise back up. But again, unfortunately, it just can't. It's not in the cards. It just can't happen. The Lakers have already sold and leveraged away all of their kind of draft collateral and assets. So they just don't possess a package unless it's like a multi-team massive deal, like a 4 or 5 team deal that's going to be able to net them Giannis Antetokounmpo. And my thoughts on Jamal Murray being an all-star, tremendous, very well deserved. I have been critical of Jamal Murray for the last 2 years. I have nothing but good things to say about him right now this season. He's having a career year. I think a very deserving year as an all-star, and he should have been an all-star, definitely over LeBron James, though I do not agree that he is an all-star over Alfred Şengün. And I honestly, look, it's a coin toss between him and James Harden. I think Kawhi Leonard should have been on the all-star team, and Alfred Şengün should have been on the all-star team. So I guess technically that would have left Jamal Murray a kind of on the cutting block. I don't know. But look, he has had an elite year. He certainly is a deserving all-star. I'm glad that he made the all-star team. My only hope is that he stays healthy and available all the way through the playoffs and continues to play at an all-star level through the playoffs. To this point of the season, right now, this season, though, he is undeniably a deserving all-star, and I'm very happy for him to get that designation and have that honor bestowed upon him. I don't dislike Jamal Murray. I like Jamal Murray a lot. He's a good guy, a great teammate, and he played great in the 2023 playoff run. I am just demanding of Jamal Murray. I'm demanding of him to play at this caliber in the playoffs, which he hasn't since 2023. So hopefully he does. And then I will lavish praise upon Jamal Murray if he does so during the playoff run. But great question, Xavier. We've got the Jupiter Knight in now for, I believe, a couple super chats as well. I see that the Jupiter Knight has filled up a couple more down the line. So we're going to hear from him a couple times as well. So welcome. Shout out to you. Another regular back in to the live chat here. Thank you so much for your support. And what is the question or comment, Gary, from the Jupiter Knight?
The league would be better when LePuke is gone.
I agree. So, like, where do I really want LeBron to go next year? Home. Like, I want him to get out of the NBA, though I got to admit he is, at this point, it's amusing and hilarious to me to see. Like, he is a caricature of himself at this point. So, like, look, it is funny to me. And, like, I like making videos about it because it is funny. Like, people like my LeBron videos, obviously. I like making them because he's such a joke to me at this point that, like, I just enjoy to talk about it and make fun and pick fun at it. So, like, whatever. If he's here, I'll just keep doing it. But I do think so. It's maybe good for me to give me talking points and stuff and things that people want to watch on my channel. But for a fan of the NBA and basketball overall, like, it's just better for the league and the sport of basketball if he goes home. So, like, I most would like to see him retire, but again, I just don't think that's in the cards, Jupiter Knight. We've got Xavier DeGod back in with something that is shockingly off topic. I know Xavier likes to go off topic a lot of the time. So, Gary, what is this off the topic thing that Xavier wants to pose to us?
Off topic, but imagine if Wade was drafted by the Bulls and plays with Derrick Rose 5 years later. Do you think they win a championship or injuries stop them?
Well, yeah, well, D Wade is obviously, I believe he is a Chicago native. He's born and raised in Chicago, and I'm sure it would have been a dream of his to get drafted there. He played college ball in Marquette. Yeah, I mean, if you pair D Wade and D Rose together, like, I'd have to think they would snag a championship somewhere in the mix there. Because remember, Derrick Rose won an MVP when LeBron was in Miami, and they won the championship that season with D Wade. So if MVP caliber Derrick Rose was playing with Dwayne Wade at that point instead, and the Chicago Bulls that year that Rose got MVP, I think they had either the most wins in the NBA. They definitely had the number one seed in the East. They might have had the most wins in the NBA. So you throw D Wade in the mix there too. Like, I got to think, yes, they would get at least one championship, Xavier. I think that much is kind of easy to say before the injury set in, obviously, and really, unfortunately, robbed Rose of a maybe like a top 20 or 25 all-time career. Unfortunately, that never really came to fruition. Okay, we've got Model Body Fit back in. What's up, Dylan? And I believe we've already answered this question. I know I am a bit behind. It is 12:33, and this was sent at 12:04. But I know we did already answer this about if Bron moves, what about Bronny? Bronny will join LeBron wherever he goes. But again, I'll just reiterate real quickly before we go on that it's going to be tricky because LeBron is a free agent in the summer. Bronny is not. So wherever LeBron goes, he will then have to tell that organization to come up with some trade to bring Bronny into town too, which is ridiculous and pathetic and also hilarious and humorous all in one. And of course, again, I'm talking about the videos. There will be a video about that for sure if and when it does happen. Okay, next we've got Jose Vargas BS8GX in again. What is up, Jose? I know I recognize your handle as well, so welcome back to the party. To you, Gary, what is this one from Jose say?
SGA without free throws, 8 for 22 bomb. Without free throws, it's DeMar DeRozan.
I wouldn't go that far, and I don't know. Is he talking about? Let me check out tonight. The Thunder destroyed the Magic tonight, 128-92. Paolo Banchero actually played tonight. Was Franz Wagner in or out? Doesn't look like he played. Okay, let's see. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander tonight, 20 points only on 8 of 22 and just 3 of 4 from the free throw line. One of the worst games you'll see SGA play, quite frankly. And they still end up obliterating Oklahoma City by like 40. I'm sorry, they obliterated Orlando Magic, did the Oklahoma City Thunder by around 40. But I wouldn't go so far as to call him DeMar DeRozan. Look, people think that I hate Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I have never outwardly criticized Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, really ever. I guess I don't give him enough credit for people's likings. I guess it hurts people's feelings out there that I don't slobber on SGA and give him enough credit. That's because I don't think he deserves like the credit that they want me to give him. He's one of the 3 best players in the NBA. Like, is that not giving him enough credit? Like, I fully accept and embrace him as a top 3 player league wide. I'll even consider him over Giannis Antetokounmpo, who I am a huge fan of. Giannis, I just don't think he's not the principal reason that team has success. It's the team defense and the team depth. Like, that's why like he wins titles and stuff, and they win a lot of games, and it's really not because of him. He's a great player, and he deserves credit because he's on teams that are having success, and he's about to win multiple championships after this season. So he deserves to have the credit and praise, but like he's not the principal reason. Their team defense and the strength of the defensive core of that team is the main reason that they are as great as they are. So like by me pointing that out, that is apparently me hating on SGA. So no, I would not call him DeMar DeRozan. I think SGA is still, with or without free throws, a top 3 player league wide. He's just not as good as Nikola Jokic. That's all. And because of that, I'm a hater. Because I say that, I'm a hater. We've got Bands Nabs 5523 back in with a little football question. Gary, he wants to know my Super Bowl prediction. I have been doing NFL stuff. J-Vol is just chomping at the bit to get back in here. So we've got to work our way. I'm catching up to these super chats. I'm still a pretty good. We still got a bunch left, so I'll try to get through these next ones as quickly as possible. The Super Bowl, look, I think the Seahawks should win this game. I think they are the better team. I think they have the advantage almost at every level. Obviously, the Patriots have a better quarterback. By and large, Drake May, we will find out tomorrow, actually. It's Wednesday now officially, so in 2 days, really. On Thursday, the award ceremony for the NFL is going to be underway, and we'll find out who the league MVP is. It could go either way. Matt Stafford was first-team All-Pro, but Drake May is second-team All-Pro, and they did split that vote, All-Pro, first-team, and MVP last year, so they could do it again this year. Drake May could easily win the MVP. At the very worst, he will finish runner-up, so you got to give them the check mark at quarterback over Seattle. That's pretty much the only check mark that I would give them. And look, Drake May has been lousy in the postseason. You could say it's a combination of he's played elite defenses, he's played outside in crappy weather, and he has some kind of a shoulder injury. So, like, factor that in however you will. But Sam Darnold has been the best quarterback in the postseason to this point. So that guy's on Seattle. Now, with that said, I think there are pathways to New England winning the game. Sam Darnold is like 30th league-wide in third and long rate. So, like, if they can disrupt the Seattle run game, muck that up, and force Seattle into third and longs, who knows? And, like, maybe Darnold makes a mistake here or there. The game swings on that. And maybe New England finds a way to a couple big plays behind Drake May. But look, if I'm a betting man, 5.5 is a big line. So I think I would be reluctant to lay those points down. I could see New England covering, but Seattle winning. I think Seattle will win the game in what will probably be a relatively lower scoring, kind of ugly looking game would be my Super Bowl prediction. but I'll probably do more videos on it regardless of whichever way it goes. That game is coming up quickly now, all of a sudden, just a few days away. We've got J-Ball 4046 back in, and I think he's in a couple of times the rest of the way. So I see one, like two, at least two more. What is this most recent one from J-Ball say, Gary?
Skap, can you and Gary please tell us what was it like growing up watching the NBA in the 1960s? Do you guys remember George Mikan's final game? Well, J-Ball, if we were watching the game in the 1960s, then don't you think maybe we know a little bit more than you about what the game was like in the 90s?
J-Ball, you really are a smart ass with that comment, the 1960s. I may be old, J-Ball, and likely twice as old as you, even though you know I look good, bro. You hope you look this good when you're twice your current age, bruh. But listen, I may be twice as old as you, but I was not around in the 1960s. I am a child of the 80s, closer to the mid 80s, and I don't remember really 80s basketball either. I started watching basketball in like 1994. So that's when I really started. So J-Ball, I do not know what the 1960s were like anywhere or in the NBA for that matter. And no, I do not remember watching George Mikan's final game. Next in, we've got the Jupiter Knight back in. And I like the Jupiter Knight coming in as a LeBron hater to balance off J-Ball's LeBron lustings. So welcome back into you, Jupiter Knight. What say you? Oh, and we've got, 3 consecutive Jupiter Knights. So we'll just do 3 straight from the Jupiter Knight with a plethora of super chats. Very generous, Jupiter Knight. Thank you very much, Gary. Why don't you start with this first one of the trilogy, which we'll read here in quick form.
LaBalco plays in the weakest defensive era. Hashtag LaFlop. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's facts.
Imagine what Jordan would do in this era.
Like the NBA right now, the last I checked, it was around 116 points per game. It was about 116 points per game last I checked. Let's just see. It is 115.6. And to give you guys some kind of an indication, 115.6 is the 6th highest total per year ever in NBA history. This list I'm looking at dates back to 1946, by the way. It's the 6th most ever. And then looking at the 5 seasons that preceded that are above it on the list. 1961, 62, 1960, 61, 1966, 67, 1969, 1970, and 1967, 68. So literally just 5 teams in the 1960s. So J-Ball, you wise ass. Talking about the 1960s. I'm sure you're not very impressed with the 1960s and Will Chamberlain's 50 points per game for an entire NBA season. I'm sure or whatever, Elgin Baylor's like 37 and 16 years, or Oscar Robertson's triple-double season. Like, I'm sure you're not impressed with any of those things in the 1960s, but we are in the 1960s right now. Again, like, this is the highest paced, highest scoring era ever since those 1960s. And there was a lot more defense being played in the 1960s. So Jupiter Knight, that's straight facts. Like, this is the weakest defensive era ever. I don't think anybody, not even J-Ball, could really confidently argue that point. What's this next one from the Jupiter Knight say, Gary?
Duncan scared Dwight Howard without saying anything.
Oh, this is just in reference to your eye test, Gary. Yeah. Not your eye test, their eyes. So this is just, he's just responding. The Jupiter Knight is just following up and saying that the TD gave the death laser stare. And Dwight Howard cowered. So
and let me clarify. I'm not saying that's the only thing to consider. I'm just saying it's something to consider. And if you think about Dwight Howard, he didn't have that look in the eye. He's more of a clown. That's why Kobe got sick of him halfway into their first year together, because Kobe was trying to get locked in on the season, And all Dwight Howard did was come around and want to make jokes all the time. And I'm not here to joke. I'm here to try to win another championship.
Yeah, Dwight Howard was very soft. There was, remember, after the year after Dwight left, remember, he and Kobe got into it, and like Kobe wanted to fight him so badly. And you could see Kobe mouthing over and over again, soft. Like you could just see him like yelling soft in the direction of Dwight Howard. And there were some other more, I should say, less PG related words that were involved in those taunts. Go ahead, Gary.
And let me clarify again. There are some guys who don't have that look in their eye that win. And there's some guys that do have that look in their eye that don't win. Like Anthony Edwards, he has that look. He just shrinks for whatever reason deep into the playoffs. And I hate to admit this. I hate to admit it, and I may get some pushback. But really, and David Robinson was the guy who really stretched out my love for the NBA. Maybe my all-time favorite player, but he really did not have that look in his eye. And you saw it when I talked about the last live stream in 1994. He was the MVP. There was 62-20, number one seed in the entire league, got a Western Conference Finals against Hakeem Olajuwon, and looked totally overwhelmed like a deer in headlights when Hakeem started going at him. And that's what I'm getting at. And he didn't win until Duncan came along. And Robinson's a great player, but I don't think he ever would have won a championship had Duncan not been there. And he's just an example of someone that just didn't have that locked-in look in his eye, but more of an overwhelmed look, a deer in a headlight type look. And that's what I was trying to explain about Karl Anthony Towns.
I'm telling you, Gary, your homework assignment is to YouTube
I know
Bobby Knight.
What's your point? I know I agree with you. What is it that you
It's just funny because you're talking about a look in the eyes, but Bobby Knight's, it's relatable to the game face because he's like, some reporter asked him a question about like so-and-so has their game face on. He's like, I still will never know what the hell is a game face. Like, what does that mean? And he just starts making all of these like demonstrative faces and stuff. He's like, I don't know what a game face is. So that would be Bobby Knight's answer to you about the look in the eyes. Would be like Bobby Knight just doesn't understand.
This was natural. That's why he didn't understand it, because it was natural. Same thing with Kobe and Jordan. Those guys just had that look in the eye. Reggie Miller, same way. Look at that dude. He was a killer in his eyes. He would have had a championship if he hadn't run into Jordan and Kobe.
Now, Gary, one guy that the Jupiter Knight here does not think has the look in his eyes would be Labalco, because he's not even bestowing Alfred level designation on LeBron in the Miami Heat pairing. Like you could say D-Wade, Batman, Bosh, Robin, LeBron would have then been Alfred. No, he's putting him as Batgirl. And so maybe we need to connect the Jupiter Knight and J-Vol maybe, and just let those two go after each other, because I like the heat that the Jupiter Knight is giving off right now. I gotta say, I'm enthusiastic by some of these drops, especially so perfectly timed around J-Vol's. LeBron, again, like I say, lustings, but J-Vol will be back a couple times. I see a couple times. But before we get to J-Vol, we need to get to my main man and a very generous benefactor, one of my top supporters, of which we are going to work together, Stefan. I promise you, I wanted to do it in February. I know I mentioned February, and now I have to unexpectedly leave town this week. Tomorrow, actually, the 5th, I am leaving town for I don't know how long. I'll be doing stuff there, but unfortunately, I could not swing some kind of a collaboration with Vacation Wealth Partners and my main man, Stefan Piscano. What is up, my friend? I see that not only did you give us this generous donation, there is another one down the line. So we'll do back-to-back here from Stefan. Gary, what does this first one say?
Wolves Conley move put them under the first apron. Do you believe they did it to free up a Giannis move or similar, Or does A-Rod just need the cash? Skap is the GOAT. Let's go.
Thank you, my brother. Again, I appreciate your kind words and support as always. And look, I mentioned it earlier. Giannis has a list of his preferred destinations, or I should say his approved destinations, because the amount of packaging that is going to have to be given up to get Giannis's services, it ain't going to be like for a 1 or 2 year lease. Like, they're going to want confidence and guarantees that Giannis is going to stay for the foreseeable future with whatever team he lands with. And apparently on that list, on Giannis's list, is the Minnesota Timberwolves. And look, you would be out of your mind if you heard, or if you knew, or if his people reached out to your franchise and said, yo, Giannis wants to come here. He's thinking about you're on the list. So I think it is up to that team to do their due diligence then, and to move heaven and earth and clear whatever they have to clear to kind of facilitate a deal that would land Giannis there. And again, look, if Giannis and Anthony Edwards teamed up, that would, without doubt, and Giannis, Giannis has had some injury concerns as of late, and most unfortunately, or I should say, it's really a scary proposition for the team that would be getting him, is that it's in that calf. And as we know, calves now are like the gateway to Achilles ruptures, and you certainly don't want to leverage your entire future and give up everything to bring on a 32-year-old that ruptures his Achilles and then is essentially never right again for the rest of his career. So you got to be a little bit concerned at least. But if, barring health, Anthony Edwards and Giannis Antetokounmpo would instantly be the best 1-2 punch in the NBA by like a lot. Like, that would be by far the best 1-2 punch, or the best two-man pairing. So I think the Minnesota Timberwolves have to do everything they can to try to execute this deal. And that would be step one, obviously, is getting beneath the first apron, because there are punitive elements that go into being an apron team, which make it more difficult to trade. So now they are officially below that tier, which means that maybe they are wheeling and dealing behind the scenes and trying to build up some kind of a deal of some sort that would bring that together. And that would certainly uproot the entire outlook of the NBA playoffs, I think, this season, because look, Ant-Man could just keep them afloat in like the 4-5 range until, Antetokounmpo returns within about a month, and then be ready to gear up for the last. Then they'll have like a month of kind of a ramp up into the playoffs. And then you've got a extraordinarily dangerous 4 or 5 seed. Like, basically they would play, I don't know, maybe like Houston in that first round. And then they would then be playing Oklahoma City in the second round. Like, that would be a very interesting second round matchup. The Timberwolves have already beaten the Oklahoma City Thunder 2 times out of 3 this year, including the last 2 matchups. So throw Giannis Antetokounmpo in the mix. Like, I think we're really on to something. So great call there, Stefan, in confirming or in documenting for us that did indeed get them under the first apron. And I do believe that they are working, as would every team. Any team that has some kind of an indication that Giannis would be a possibility for them, every team is working and doing everything they can to clear the space or build the package to bring that guy there, because why wouldn't you want one of the 3 or 4 best players on the planet on your team? All right, we've got Vacation Wealth Partners now in, which is, again, Stefan, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate it. And what does this next one say, Gary, from him?
Weird that we look at the insane scoring numbers of the 1960s by Wilt and Oscar and Elgin and others and say it's because of weak competition, but we look at this identical stat boom and pretend it's because of elite athletes.
Yeah, exactly. I've been saying this for a few years. The 1960s were, I think, around 115 or 116 points per game for the whole decade. So from like 1960 to 1969 or whatever, it was around 116 points per game. From 2020 to now 2026, so like 6 years into this decade, we're sitting at around 114 points per game right now in the 2020s. So like literally it's the same thing. But we look at people like Wilt, who did 50 for a whole year, who for a 7-year span of time to start his career, from his first year to his 7th year in the NBA, Wilt Chamberlain averaged like 30, I think it was like 39 points per game and 24 rebounds or something, like 30, 38 and 24, something just outrageous. This dude's running around for 7 years, averaging like 40 and 24 a game on average. And we're just like, yeah, well, whatever. Like it doesn't really count because, he was playing against 6'8" white guys in every game. Patently false and untrue, first of all. And just a ridiculous commentary. Like, has anyone heard of Bill Russell? Like, arguably the best defensive player of all time. Well, he played in that era with Wilt, and Wilt was running around dropping those kinds of numbers. Same with, again, he alludes to Oscar Robertson, who's like a 25, 9, and 8 career player. And Elgin Baylor, one of the most underrated players of all time. I think he's around, I want to say he's like 27, 7, and 8 or something for his career. So like that era produced crazy numbers. And yet, to Stefan's point, like we're just so dismissive of it because, the pace was so crazy. There were fewer teams. But like nobody applies any asterisks to today's era and says, but nobody's playing any defense at all right now. So I have made videos on that in the past, and I will continue to try to illuminate or point that kind of thing out. It's a great point. And one that I'm sure that our young buck in here, J-Vol, probably isn't going to be able to wrap his head around. And J-Vol is again, I know I've got a bunch of super chats. I have now 42 super chats going on here. I will get to every single one of them. We still have about 260 people in here. So shout out to all you guys. Kudos for hanging with us. Gary and I, it is approaching 1 a.m. on the East Coast, the good old US of A where we're at here. So we're just going to keep working through these super chats. I did want to keep an eye on that 76ers game. I think they were going to win. I'm just talking out loud now at this point. They did. The Sixers won easily by about 20. They beat the Warriors. BJ Edgecombe, the Rook, with a big game, 25, 7, and 7. The only active game right now, Suns and Trailblazers in a good one. Suns up 98-94, nearing the end of the third. But I digress. Let's get back into some of these super chats. We've got Xavier DeGod back in again. Thank you, Xavier. I appreciate you. You give us a copious amount of super chats always, and I will always appreciate it. What does this most recent one say, Gary?
Luka is going to be like Kobe, having to put up 40 to 50 points just to barely win and playing with a trash roster. Doesn't help. He doesn't play defense.
He's not a great defensive player. There's no doubt about that. And it looks as if, like, at times he has been an unwilling defender as well, which is a big knock to me. Like, Nikola Jokic isn't an elite defender. Neither was Steph Curry. Like, to me, I put Steph Curry and Jokic kind of in the same breath. The fact that they're both willing defenders. They both work within the team context of the defense. They just have physical or athletic limitations, which makes them not be elite defensive players. Luka, on the other hand, well, he has those physical athletic limitations, but he also seems unwilling to play defense at times, which isn't going to help his cause ever in becoming a champion. And, we'll see. I think they're going to sign Austin Reeves to a big contract in the summer, and then they're going to get rid of that hefty contract of LeBron. They're going to have a lot of cap space to work with. Once they give Austin Reeves whatever contract they're going to give him, they'll probably be around $120 million on the books for next year, which means I said the salary cap is expected to get to 166. So, like, they're going to be $50 million roughly under the cap. So they're going to have a lot of money to work with even after they break the bank on Austin Reeves this summer. So the Lakers are going to look extremely different next year than what they do this year. And we'll see how good Rob Pelinka's team building is when he finally gets out from underneath the thumb of LeBron James. We've got Xavier back to back for another one. Go ahead with this most recent one, Gary.
Is Jokic the modern Tim Duncan?
I would not make that comparison. I think Nikola Jokic, look, Tim Duncan is a much, much, much better defensive player than Nikola Jokic. And Jokic is a much better offensive player than Tim Duncan. Like, not even looking era specific, because again, Jokic plays in this era of offensive inflation. But even with just the skill set possessed by Nikola Jokic, if you just threw him in the era where Tim Duncan played, he would still be a better offensive player, I think, than Duncan. Duncan, though, overall, as a player, as a leader, as a winner, and so forth, I wouldn't make that comp. I would say if I'm comparing, and look, this guy I'm about to name, I think very highly of. He's in my top 5 all-time players. Duncan is in my top 5 as well all-time, and so is Hakeem Olajuwon. He is a much better defensive player than Nikola Jokic too. However, Hakeem Olajuwon has probably the best offensive skill set as a big that I've ever seen outside of probably Nikola Jokic. And Hakeem Olajuwon was on a lousy franchise for the majority of his career. He didn't play with a bunch of support. He didn't play. He played with only a handful of all-stars his entire career. And as a result, he won only 2 championships. Now he still is my all-time top 10 because of his individual excellence. And the fact that he did get to 2 championships, because I think that was more than what he should have gotten based on the competition that he faced and the supporting cast that he had. I would compare Nikola Jokic. I would say he's the modern day Hakeem Olajuwon, and I think very highly of both of those players. That's a good question though, Xavier. And thank you again for so many super chats and great questions for us tonight. I do appreciate it. We've got the Jupiter Knight back in for what again feels like, I don't know, like the 8th or 9th or 10th super chat from them. What is up this time, Gary, with the Jupiter Knight?
Vlade Divac thinks Labaco flops too much.
That's humorous, especially coming from Vlade, who Vlade was no stranger to flopping himself. So that is funny that Divac thinks that LeBron of all people, that Vlade of all people thinks LeBron flops too much. And I have to concur, because I think LeBron flops more than any high caliber or high profile player we've ever seen. Now, the flopping is just kind of the way that they do it today, though, in some degree. Like, a lot of players and a lot of the great players are flopping and flailing all over the court today. So I guess we shouldn't be too critical of LeBron flopping specifically. It is kind of more of a product of this era where that's just what these players do, even the great players. Okay, we've got Sharpshooter 30 back in. A step with a little Steph avatar. What is up, Sharpshooter 30? Welcome in. Thank you very much for sliding into the sponsor area here. The waters are always warm here in Skap Live After Dark. Gary, what does Sharpshooter 30 have for us?
LeBron needs to retire so I can stop watching NBA.
But Sharpshooter 30, you got to be a Steph Curry fan too, although Steph's getting older as well. So I guess there's not much left for you at all once Steph and LeBron retire. See, many people, at least probably on this live stream or on my channel in particular, are probably saying LeBron needs to retire so I can start watching the NBA again. But I feel your pain, Sharpshooter, because I experience what you will experience when you lose Steph and LeBron. I experienced that when I lost Kobe, and I didn't really get brought back to the NBA until Giannis Antetokounmpo, and then later after Giannis, Nikola Jokic brought me back. So those 2 players are really the ones. So you'll be back at some point when you find your next person, whoever that person is that you'll be rooting for moving forward. We've got, Count Kilroy Graph. I think I might have got that right. Count Kilroy Graph 8816. Welcome in. Thank you very much for your kind support of us here on the live stream. Gary, what does Count Kilroy have for us?
I call my vacuum cleaner LeBron James. It's Bayless, and it's been ducking since 2003.
I like that. All right, I like that. So the vacuum cleaner, LeBron James. Maybe, you know what, Count Kilroy, maybe you can pair with LeBron, get in touch with Clutch and see maybe you can make a LeBron vacuum line. I think you might be on to like a new product. And if you do, please slide into my email. I would be happy to do a sponsor ad spot for the new LeBron vacuum cleaner on this channel at some point. Oh boy, we've got Lester's Banana back in. I was wondering if it was maybe for $1,000 US for Gary to do something with some kind of I don't know, a phallic vegetable or fruit of some sort, cucumber or otherwise. But it is not, alas. It's just some other question. It looks like about Ja Morant. Gary, go ahead with Lester's next question here for us.
Ja should go to Miami. Open carry is legal in Florida.
That's a fine point. I don't know at this stage who's going to give up what for Ja Morant. This guy looks like he has just kind of sabotaged his own career systematically, unfortunately, because he is a very exciting young player and he is an elite player when he can stay on the court, when he can stay healthy and not be getting suspended every other year. So it is unfortunate what's kind of become of his career to this point. The good news is it's all his own doing, essentially. So maybe he can look himself in the mirror and straighten things up and get on the right path and kind of revitalize his own career. But at this point in time, with the injury issues as well as the off-court behavioral issues, I'd be hard-pressed to see anybody giving up any package of substance to bring this guy in. But hell, if he can get free, maybe it will be on his way to South Beach, Lester's Banana. That's a good guess, I suppose. All right, we've got J-Vol finally. I know J-Vol is probably in here several other times now beyond this, so I'm sure we'll get into it. I better take a sip of, I don't have much water left, unfortunately. We're at 2 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm sure to get a couple more arguments in here with J-Vol. So, Gary, why don't you read this most recent one while I take one of the last little drips of water I have left in my glass here.
Do you want to go grab some water? Because I got something to say to J-Vol.
No, I'm good. Go ahead and read this one for us.
Skap and Gary, would you rather have your son be in the NBA or have your son doing that pure Colombian on a private island? Who's really the GOAT? So I'm guessing that he's insinuating that Jordan is doing some things on a private island that may not be so moral. So my point is, it doesn't matter what Jordan did or did not do in his private life. This is not a contest of who the most moral player. If that was, probably David Robinson would be the GOAT. But this is not about the moral lifestyle you live outside of sports. We're talking about what happened inside the arena, and your idol, LeBron, does not compare to Jordan, Kobe, and a bunch of other guys. LeBron is more like a top 20 player of all time. Deal with it. Cope harder.
I honestly didn't even get that reference. I didn't know what Michael Jordan was alluded to be doing on a private island with cocaine, potentially. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never really heard that that Jordan was a user of the booger sugar. So this is breaking news by J-Ball. I'm sure it's just all speculation, though. But yes, to your point, Gary, I don't really care, J-Ball. And this goes for, I'm big into movies, and I like certain actors and so forth. I don't really care what a movie star that I like that they do in their movies. I don't care what they do off set. Like, I don't care what players do when they're not playing necessarily. At least I don't care if it as it pertains to their on court or on field level of play. So whatever a guy is doing or maybe not doing or whatever it is, the speculation is or the assertions are off the field or off the court in their lives, I really don't care. Like Michael Jordan is a much better player than LeBron James. And Michael Jordan was much more impactful to winning than LeBron James. And Michael Jordan beat better competition than LeBron with less help. So in way less time. So it's really not a conversation, quite frankly, between those two players. But look, you're 20 years old. I get it. I get it, J-Ball. It's okay. And I know there's several more probably points that I think there's something about LeBron's clutch level that we're going to talk about here coming. Oh, it's actually next after. Oh boy, Boog got that beam. Boog got that beam. So right after Boog got that beam, J-Ball is up next talking about the alleged clutch antics of LeBron James. So we'll talk with J-Ball about that in a moment or two. But first, let's get Boog got them beam. Thank you. Welcome in. Love the handle name, Gary. What's he got to say, or what kind of question or comment are we looking at?
How many rings would LeBron have if KD stays in OKC?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, you and I have talked about this team several times in the past. I think I don't know how many LeBron or how many KD would have had if KD stays. My real question is if Harden, KD, and Westbrook stayed. Like if they didn't break that team up prematurely and they kept that trio together of Harden, Kevin Durant, and Russell Westbrook, who were all in their early 20s and all in Oklahoma City together, the Thunder would have been the best dynasty since the Bulls. Like they would have won, to me, because Tim Duncan and Kobe Bryant were individually dynastic, but their teams weren't necessarily dynasties. Like they did it with different iterations. Like Kobe won with Shaq, then he won with Powell. Like Duncan won with Robinson, then he won with Manu and Parker. Like that core trio of KD, Westbrook, and Harden together, those guys would have won like 5 or 6 rings probably. So you apply the math, Boog, and how many that would have taken off how many rings that would have taken off LeBron's fingers? Probably a couple. Like probably LeBron would have had less than what he had today because he was winning most of those rings. He won 2011, 12, and 16 were like 3 of his 4. So that would have been right in the midst of those guys' peak run with the Thunder. So he would have had fewer, I think, and KD would have had more than 2, obviously, that he does have. Gary, I don't know if you wanted to add to that. I know you agree.
I can. You already know I could talk about this for 30 straight minutes, so I'm just going to be quiet. If anyone's interested in my opinion, go to my channel, Gary828 Sports Talk. I've made a slew of videos about it. So I'm just going to stay quiet. Otherwise, we'll be here till 4 a.m. because I can talk about. Don't get me started on that 2012 finals, how the NBA rigged and gift wrapped it and robbed Kevin Durant and destroyed Kevin Durant's legacy, because Kevin Durant is he's never going to be seen for as great as he was, because they ruined his legacy in 2012 when they rigged it and the referees kept calling bogus fouls and sending him to the bench after he was annihilating LeBron. There was nothing LeBron could do. 23-year-old Kevin Durant was dominating LeBron. The only thing, the bad calls from the referees, sending KD to the bench, and then that's when LeBron went on his run. Help from Adam Silver. Or no, Stern was in there at that time, wasn't he? 2012, Stern was there?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, the league was helping LeBron because he was about to get embarrassed because they needed him to be the next GOAT. And if he lost that, it was not Jordan, Kobe, and Durant would have been deemed better than LeBron if OKC won that series like they should have. 23-year-old gets a ring before LeBron. You know how embarrassing that would have been? All that work the league put in to build LeBron up, and then they get beat by a 23-year-old Kevin Durant.
Okay.
I got the footage. Look at the video I made. I can show you all the bad calls. You can see it. It's right there. Anyways, I will transition out. You know how I get on this topic.
Yes, Gary. Yes, we know, Gary. And yes, you did do a very long, very detailed video, which I believe did do very well. So go check out Gary828 Sports and look for that video if you do want to hear more about Gary's deep dive and insight into that specific finals and as it pertains to Kevin Durant's legacy. You can find that out on, again, Gary828 Sports. Just go ahead and give Gary a follow in general and check him out over there. We've got J-Vol back in. And while you were talking there, Gary, I was looking something up. But go ahead and read this next question or this next comment from J-Vol.
Skap, LeBron is undeniably one of the great, this 20-year-old kid, man. He has not watched one of the greatest clutch. I can't even say that. I feel like I'm lying to the people here.
Gary, let me the question or comment that you are about to read is in no way the feelings that Gary828 Sports or Skap Attack would like to express. This is J-Vol and J-Vol's own
mouth. The Holy Spirit is witnessing this right now. Yes, he choked 2011. I guess 2004 and 2000. Oh, I guess 2004 and 2006 were just great years for the Black Mamba. And I got something to say if you want me to go or if you want me to come in later.
Well, so see, here's the thing. Like I make no qualms about the fact that Kobe was not a perfect player. He does not have a perfect resume. No player does other than Michael Jordan. That's why Michael Jordan's the easy GOAT. He's the easy #1 player ever. But I think when I balance and I weigh the positives and the negatives, the good and the bad from every player that has ever existed, the good that Kobe did throughout his career substantially outweighs the negative, and the good that he did balanced on the negative is better than every other player I've evaluated all time other than Michael Jordan, which is why Kobe is #2. And I'll even take it one further, like not only 2004 and 2006, J-Vol, but I'll give you another one. 2009, I think, or maybe it was 8. It was either 08 or 09. It was the first year that they went to the finals when they traded for Pau Gasol. I think it was 08, 09, I want to say. And then they won 09, 10, and then maybe it was 07, 08. The year that they traded for Pau Gasol. Got Pau with like 30 games left before the playoffs started. Went all the way to the NBA Finals. Came up against a much better Boston Celtics team with a much better assortment of players. That Lakers team really wasn't very good at all. It just had Kobe, Pau Gasol, and literally nothing else. But still, nonetheless, Kobe had the Lakers in a 2-1 series in Game 4, and they were up 20 in Staples Center. It was the game where Paul Pierce shit himself, went to the locker room in a wheelchair, came back out, and the Celtics won that game. So while Paul Pierce actually shit his pants in that game, it was metaphorically the Lakers
scared the shit out of them.
It was metaphorically, though, it was the Lakers that crapped themselves, and by extension Kobe Bryant, because they blew a 20-point lead at home to make that a 2-2 series. They blew it. It became a 3-1 series, and then the series was over. The Lakers won the next game big, then went and got obliterated by like 37 points in Boston. The Celtics were a much better team than the Lakers. But still, that game, at least, maybe not losing the series, but that game, that's another blemish on Kobe Bryant's resume. So I'm not trying to sit up here and say Kobe Bryant never failed, never struggled, never had a bad moment, but he was exponentially more successful than LeBron James. Again, against harder opponents with lesser help in less time. So you really cannot compare these two. And if you do, though, in the clutch, J-Vol, I would challenge you to do this. I have a video up on my channel. This is how you find it. Go to my platform, go to videos. You want to press popular. So go away from the latest tab to the popular tab. And this video is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
You could just give him the
9,
title. Give him the
10,
title.
11, hang on, 12. There is 13 rows down. It has 96,000 views from 2 years ago. It is a 14-minute video. It is called The King of Clutch. And the title, that's the thumbnail. The title is Kobe Bryant versus LeBron James, the true king of clutch. I do a comprehensive analysis of LeBron James versus Kobe Bryant in the clutch. And I'll tell you this, it's very close, J-Vol, between the two of them in the regular season and in the first 3 rounds of the postseason. It is very close all time. But when you get into the finals and you look at clutch time scoring defined as the last 5, 2 minutes, and minute of a game, I look at all 3 of those elements, the last 5 minutes, the last 2 minutes, and the last minute of a 5-point game and of a 2-point game either way. And I look at Kobe's scoring and playmaking at those times in the NBA Finals versus LeBron's, no small sample size. At the time I did that video, LeBron had appeared in 10 NBA Finals and Kobe was in 7. So like no small sample size. Kobe Bryant shot like 50% from the field in those games, in those clutch games, in those close games that could go either way. In those winning time moments, Kobe shot 50% from the field. I'm paraphrasing my own video and numbers. Go watch the whole 14-minute video. LeBron, though, shot around 30% in those games. And while Kobe was winning, he had like 11-3 record in those games that could go either way. Because of his play and his clutchness, LeBron's had like a 10-12 record in those moments. So those clutch choke jobs by LeBron versus Kobe's clutch winning time play, like that was the difference. That's the difference between LeBron being 6-3 in the finals versus 4 and whatever he is, 4 and 6. Like those are the differences. Why Kobe was 5-2 and LeBron is 4 and 6, or however many championships he's lost at this point. So like, yes, it is a big difference, J-Ball. Kobe was way more clutch than LeBron when it actually mattered. And I challenge you to actually go watch my video. Again, 14 minutes called Kobe Bryant versus LeBron James, the true king of the clutch. 96,000 views from 2 years ago. Go check it out if you have the stomach, that is. Go ahead, Gary.
Watch that video and leave Skap a comment and let him know what you think. And let me add something real quick. Yes, 2004, the Lakers did choke, no doubt. But that was not Kobe Bryant's fault. That whole team was divided. Like Kobe and Karl Malone were feuding. Shaq and Kobe were feuding. There was a bunch of egos clashing and colliding, whereas the Pistons were all like on the same page. So that's why they dominated them naturally, which is why Shaq left. And when Shaq left, the Lakers rebooted. And when they rebooted, they were horrible in 2005, missed the playoffs because the only good player they had was Kobe. Then in 2006, you want to sit up here and crap on Kobe? Kobe got a shitty, anemic roster to the playoffs in the tougher conference, in the varsity conference, not the weak, anemic Eastern Conference, the tougher conference. Kobe Bryant got his shitty team, the 7th seed. That in itself is an accomplishment. And they took the loaded Phoenix Suns to 7 effing games. Do you have any idea how much more talented the Phoenix Suns were than that shitty Lakers roster? Only having Kobe Bryant. And Kobe Bryant single-handedly took that Suns
Gary,
team,
you're blowing your own mic out here.
took that crappy
Take a little sit back.
crappy Lakers team to 7 games, took a 3-1 lead against a much more loaded roster. And by the way, before you say, well, LeBron took the Cavaliers to the finals with nobody. First of all, LeBron had been in the league like 4 or 5 years. LeBron was the nucleus piece to that team, and all the other pieces were pieces to complement him. They had been in sync for a few years. They went and they beat the shitty Wizards in the first round of 2007, the 7th seeded Wizards. The Cavaliers were the 2nd seed in the weak, anemic Eastern Conference. Then they beat the shitty Wizards, who were the 7th seed in round 1. And round 2, they got to play the Nets, who were the 6th seed. And then they faced Detroit in the Eastern Conference Finals, who were deflated because they had key guys out from their previous championship run. And then when they got to the finals against a varsity conference team, the Spurs beat the shit out of them. Why? Because the Spurs were in the varsity conference and LeBron and the Cavaliers were in the weak-ass anemic conference of the East. But you wouldn't know that because you weren't even effing born yet, which is why you need to go back and do your homework before you keep running all your mouth about how great LeBron is when you haven't even watched other guys before that. Learn your history before coming over here.
Let me just break in here, Gary. Let me just say, it's really it's not even needed to make these kind of defenses, because like I said, I'll grant what he's saying, even though to your point, like bringing up 2004 is disingenuous. I mean, the Pistons that year allowed 84 points per game. The Pistons defense that season was like probably the best defense of like the last 35 years until arguably maybe this Thunder, based on the league averages that the Thunder are doing what they're doing. But the Pistons are probably the best defense other than this Thunder, maybe including this Thunder. They allowed 84 points per game in the regular season that year. And then in the postseason, they allowed 80. They allowed 80 points per game. Can you wrap your head around that, J-Vol? An NBA where a defense in the Detroit Pistons, they played 23 games in the postseason and gave up 80 points per game on average. The Lakers in that series, yeah, Kobe didn't play. Kobe played shittily. There's no doubt about it, but he was playing against that defense and he had no spacing at all. Nothing. Like it was all clogged up. Shaquille O'Neal averaged 26 points per game that series. Kobe averaged 23 points per game that series. And then the third leading scorer for the Lakers in that 5-game series was Derek Fisher at 6 points per game on 30% shooting. That is absurd. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of the 11 guys that played significant minutes in that series for the Lakers, 9 of the 11 didn't get out of the 30 percentile range in shooting. So it truly is. It really is different. Like when you talk about LeBron James choking in 2011, he had Chris Bosh as his third player, averaging 17 points per game and 9 rebounds. Like it's not an apples to apples kind of thing, J-Ball. But still, I appreciate the talking points.
And to clarify, J-Ball, I'm messing with you. I have fun with this. I don't want you to think like I hate you or anything. I love to get intense with my debates. I love debating sports. I have fun with it. Just wanted to let you know. You're cool with me, man. I'm just messing with you.
We have a ton of super chats here. We're coming up on 3 hours. Guys, thank you so much for all of your continued support here. We're up to 52 super chats now. I'm working my way through here. We've got a lot more left. Let's go to Wolfsbane next, though. Thank you, Wolfsbane, and welcome back in.
Any hope for the Hawks next year to be a contender?
I like the Hawks. I like what they're doing. They got rid of Trey, which I think they needed to. I don't think he's a winning player. I like so just shedding him in general was big. I think there was some expectation that they were going to go after like Anthony Davis potentially with the savings that they got from shedding Trey. But you know, I just getting him off the books, freeing that up, and then anything that they can do potentially in the summer. I think they're playing better basketball now without Trey. They were playing around 500 or a little bit slightly above 500 without Trae Young. And then when he came back, he completely destroyed them. So I just like getting him off, and he was making a good amount of money. So just getting him off and clearing it and getting some cap availability and space, even if they don't get anybody in advance of the trade deadline or whatever, they have the possibility to, improve on that roster in the summer. I love Jalen Johnson. He's having a tremendous year this season. 23 points, 11 rebounds, 8 assists, 24 years old. A big coming out season for him. He's a superstar. So yeah, I like that team. They're in the right conference to do it from. So definitely, I think there is hope for your Atlanta Hawks to be at least a contender in the East. Now, it's going to be tough for any Eastern team to be better than like 4 or 5 of the best Western Conference teams moving forward. But in terms of the East, I think Atlanta absolutely could be a contender potentially as early as next season. All right, we've got Thunderhead 527 back in. What is up, Thunderhead 527? A new handle. I don't believe I've seen this handle in here before, at least in the sponsor area. So thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And Gary, what is the question or comment?
Congrats to Darko Rajakovic on the All-Star nod. It's not a complete crap.
Darko Rajakovic, a legend, a stud, and a great friend of the channel. At least he's my friend. I would love to get Darko on my channel sometime. I would like to actually have him do a drop for me. It's a complete Skap, and have that be like the intro for my channel trailer or whatever. That's a goal of mine down the road. But yes, I agree. Great, Darko. I'm glad he didn't get fired like a year or two ago. I'm glad that he stayed the course, that they did not get rid of him, and that he is doing such a great job with the Toronto Raptors this year, and a very deserving All-Star designation, I think, for him. Okay, we've got Xavier back in. Xavier DeGod, welcome back, Xavier, for like the 13th time tonight. Gary, what's this one from Xavier say?
Dwight asked Kobe where the best clubs were.
I doubt that very much. Kobe Bryant was not a clubber. He never went out, not even when he was younger. There's stories about this dude, like they would like win the championship and he would go home and work on his jump shot when he was like 21 years old while the rest of the team was out partying and stuff. Kobe was never about that life. So I doubt very much that Dwight would have asked. And if he did, I'm quite certain that Kobe Bryant would not have had much information for him. Okay, Gary, I see. I got you, Gary. Stanky 23. That's okay, Gary. I got you. Stanky 2304 is in next here. Stanky, thank you for joining. And Gary, what is the question or comment here from Stanky?
Just tuning in. Greek Freak to CLT, a possibility.
Let me just check and see if ESPN has lit anything, any new substance up here. Let me just check real quick. Negative. Nope. Okay. Yes. Okay. So Giannis is still with Milwaukee. Okay. So the Charlotte Hornets, I'm sorry, I had to look that acronym. I was like CLT. So he's talking about the Charlotte Hornets. Let me just say this. I don't know that the Charlotte Hornets are on Giannis's preferred list of destinations. I doubt that they are. So I would guess that no, the answer would be no to Giannis potentially going to Charlotte. But let me just say this about Charlotte. That is a fun young team. I've watched a couple games of them this year, and they dusted the Nuggets recently. They dusted the Thunder recently as well. Not recently, about a month ago. That is a nice young team. They've actually got 4 players. I just looked this up today. They have 4 players averaging at least 18 points per game right now. That'll be Miles Bridges, Con Knipple, LaMelo Ball, and Brandon Miller, all scoring at least 18 per game. Of course, Con Knipple, the exciting young rookie, who would be like the best rookie in the NBA if it wasn't for Cooper Flagg being in existence. So, that team is finally actually looking like a viable team moving on into the future. Giannis or no Giannis? Gary, go ahead. Did you want to ask?
You put him over Edgecombe? You put Knople over Edgecombe?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, over Dylan Harper as well?
I do. Yeah. I think Knipple is the best rookie in the NBA right now today. He's averaging about 19 points per game. I think he's averaging about 19, 5 rebounds and like 4 assists or something like that, shooting a very high percentage from the 3-point line. He just dropped 34 on Cooper Flagg, although Flagg scored 49 in that game. But yes, I think Knipple and Flagg are the 2 best rookies in the NBA right now. Yeah. But I do like those guys you mentioned. I like Harper and I like Edgecombe. It's a very good rookie class this year.
This is rare. The first 4 picks look to all be very good.
Very, 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 very good rookie class. And I hear that this upcoming rookie class is also going to be very good. So back-to-back, really, really good rookie years. We got the Incorruptible back in, and this one's actually to you. So I'll read this one from the Incorruptible. We need Gaslight Gary to show us his game face. Would you like to show everyone your game face, Gary?
Now, if you go to my sports channel, you look at my profile pic. That's it.
There you go. So you can see his game face on the profile pic, and you can subscribe to him along the way while you're there. Let me just check on one thing, actually, because we were talking about Cooper Flagg tonight. They lost to the Celtics at home. The Mavericks did 110-100. And look, the Mavericks aren't good. They're 19-31. They've got no Kyrie Irving all year. They have had practically no Anthony Davis all year. It's just a shell of a team right now. But Cooper Flagg is incredible. Like, this kid is everything that he was supposed to be. 36 points tonight, 12 of 24, 9 rebounds, 6 assists. This guy is unbelievable. He is averaging now 20. Look, before the season started, I speculated he would average 25-5 this year and be one of the few guys. Like, we've seen only a few guys average 25-5. Like, LeBron did it. Luka Doncic did it. Like, this guy is in that class. Like, he is. I think he is as big or as heralded as a recruit. He is as can't miss of a recruit to me as LeBron, Luka, Victor Wembanyama, like the elite guys that we've seen, Kevin Durant, like the elite of the elite over the last 25 years to come into the NBA. Cooper Flagg belongs in that breath with them. And I speculated preseason that he would deliver this year and be a 25-5 guy. He's right now averaging 26.5 rebounds and 4.1 assists on 48% shooting. This guy it's wild how good he is. He just turned 19 6 weeks ago. So the sky is the limit. I'm sorry. I had to break away and look at that real quick. Next in though, we've got Jacob Melkonian. Jacob, welcome in 9028. Thank you very much for joining us here in the sponsor area. I do appreciate it. Gary, what does Jacob have? Question or comment for us?
I'm not sure. KOB, is that supposed to be Kobe?
Kobe, yeah, Kobe. Yeah.
Because okay. I'll stick to my favorite player of all time list. Kobe said, Wilt, Kobe, MJ, but I got Kobe and Mike ahead of Wilt. You're the best guy. I guarantee Kobe did not put himself ahead of Michael Jordan.
But no, maybe I'm thinking what he's saying is Kobe said that he won't say like who the GOAT is. He just would say who his favorite players were. And then pause, separate. Jacob's favorite list is Wilt, Kobe, and MJ, maybe is the way I'm reading it. But either way, I mean, you can make a case. Those are, to me, Wilt, Kobe, and MJ are the three best scorers in NBA history, in my estimation. And you can put those guys in any order. As far as I'm concerned, you can put either one, 2, or 3, and I wouldn't argue with it. I think they stand heads and shoulders above the rest. And for me, for my money, all time on my all-time GOATs list, I got Jordan 1, Kobe 2. But thank you very much, Jacob. Thank you for the kind words and for the support here. I will always be appreciative for that and for you. Next thing we've got, Skap's Extra Strong Cologne coming in. What's up, brother? Haven't heard from you in a while. I guess I haven't heard from a lot of you for a while because, damn it, I don't do enough live streams. I got to get on here more often. And I will be getting on here more often. Hopefully I'll be on here sometime this week to talk more about trade stuff. But Skap's Extra Strong Cologne is in. What's up, Gary, with him?
Is LeBron just waiting to see at this point where Giannis is going to get traded to so he can follow him there to create his final super team?
It's possible because LeBron could go wherever the hell he wants in the summer because he's going to be free. He can take as much of a haircut as he wants. I kid because, of course, he's bald. What I meant is he can take as much of a discount as he wants to give that team so that he can help get on that roster. So, yeah, LeBron could really go anywhere. The question is, will he be able to humble himself and take a lot less money? And, will a team that's competitive and that's trying to win a championship want that dynamic on the team? Would they want LeBron? So I think a couple teams would meet those parameters. I think Cleveland is one, and I think New York is one. So, we'll have to just see where it's going to be. The LeBron sweepstakes will be officially underway coming this summer, and I know I'll be covering it probably daily. So can't wait. But we've got Xavier in again. Xavier, it's just a crazy amount of super chats by Xavier tonight. Thank you very much, brother. Gary, what is this? Maybe last one from Xavier. Who knows, though? We still have a bunch of super chats down the line, it looks like.
Thoughts on the Allen Iverson situation?
Oh, I don't know. Is there an Allen Iverson situation, Gary? Do you know anything about this?
I don't know anything about. I'm not sure. Let us know in the chat. Let's go on to the next question. Let us know in the chat, and I'll read it back to you after that because I have no idea.
I'm looking. There's a couple Allen Iverson things in the news. NBA icon Allen Iverson NBA icon Allen Iverson's excuse after incident at visit to kids battling cancer. So that doesn't sound good. I'm not sure if that's even what he's talking about. So do not send another super chat, Xavier. Just go, Gary, keep an eye on the regular chat. And Xavier, if you don't mind, give us some clarification on exact. Oh, wait. Yes, that's it. Okay. So he said, so let me just read this real quick. So not fair. NBA legend Allen Iverson's excuse after incident while visiting kids battling cancer. Iverson, 50, was expected to spend time with the 12 children in Australia, signing autographs, taking photos, chatting, and generally putting a smile on their faces. However, he came under fire for his antics on the visit after the youngsters waited 2 hours for him to do the media interviews. One 12-year-old patient told 10 News he's a jerk. We were all told we could get stuff signed, so I brought a jersey and basketball, but none of it got signed. He didn't say anything. It's not fair for all of the kids going through this. Another kid said, I was disappointed. Iverson also canceled on public appearances, but did a podcast with Nick Giragos and conducted TV interviews. Yeah, I don't know. That sucks. Not a good look altogether. I like Allen Iverson as a player. I like him. He's a big proponent for Kobe Bryant, a big defender of Kobe Bryant, and an advocate of him. So I will be eternally grateful for Allen Iverson being the one of the few guys that stays behind Kobe. But yeah, that sucks. He doesn't have to do those kinds of things or those engagements. He doesn't have to give his time or spend time doing that. But if he makes a commitment to be there and to do that for the kids, then he really does have to honor that commitment. So it sucks, and it's not a good look at all for him. And hopefully he finds a way to make it up to those kids and do something that will, be memorable and impactful for those guys. And hopefully they all win their battles, obviously, with cancer. And hopefully, like I said, the answer, hopefully he makes it up and makes it right for them. So not good, Xavier. Not a good look at all. We've got Lester's banana back in. I don't know. I'll let you read this, Gary.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bronny doing Zaya, and I don't even know what that is. There are some obscure references in the going on here in the chat. I don't know what that is. There's Zaya Wade. Is that okay? That must be Dwayne's daughter. 17-year-old daughter. So I cannot again, there's a couple things I've not been able to eloquently comment on tonight. That would have to be one of them, Lester, but I guess I would just take your word for that. Oh boy, we've got a J-Ball sighting again. J-Ball is back in. Go ahead and read this most recent passionate defense of LeBron, I'm sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Everyone loves talking about LeGoat's Mickey Mouse ring. Will you ever even dare mention what happened in the 2002 Western Conference Finals?
I've talked about it a couple times. There is a questionable Game 6 outcome which has been contested. Nothing definitively confirmed, of course. However, Tim Donaghy, the embattled former official of the NBA, of course, with mob ties, with speculation to rigging games, officiated that Game 6, a game which was an elimination game for the LA Lakers and for Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, en route to their three-peat that year. The Lakers had a very hefty amount of free throws in the fourth quarter, a game which they did win and stave off elimination. Then they went on the road in Arco Arena to play the Sacramento Kings on the road in Arco, where the game went into overtime, and the Kings actually missed like 14 free throws in that game. And the Lakers won that series and went on and won the NBA Finals and three-peated. So yeah, they got questionable free throws in one of the games in that final series. Let's check the entire tail of the tape, shall we?
And let me say something real quick. J-Ball, Scott, how many years did Kobe Bryant play? This is LeBron's 23rd year. How many years did Kobe play? Was it 19, right?
I believe he played 20, Gary, but he did not. Kobe had four legitimate season-ending injuries throughout the course of his NBA career, which were legitimate, not like LeBron shut it down that one year when he first arrived in LA because they were under 500 and he didn't have AD yet. So he wasn't even going to make the playoffs. So he just shut it down. Like Kobe legitimately had 4 season-ending injuries, which were legitimate surgeries, which disallowed him from going into the playoffs. So he played in the postseason 16 times in his career. 16.
So worst case scenario, J-Var, let's wipe out. Let's take away the 2002. Let's say it was totally rigged for Kobe and Shaq and the Lakers. So let's take that away from Kobe. So that would mean that Kobe has 4 championships in 19 years. Some of those years he wasn't even playing because he was injured. And LeBron has 4 championships in 23 years. So how does that make LeBron better when he still doesn't have more rings than Kobe? I'm just saying hypothetical worst case scenario.
I also want to just say this. I think that Game 6 is overstated. For the entire series, the Sacramento Kings outshot the Lakers pretty significantly from the free throw line. And Shaq, of course, notoriously shot a ton of them. The Lakers shot 185 free throws in that 7-game series. The Kings shot 204. So nearly 20 more free throws in 7 games overall for the Kings in that series. And again, there was a 7th game that was in Sacramento. And in that 7th game, a 112-106 win for the Lakers. Again, an overtime game. Kobe Bryant had 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists. Shaquille O'Neal had 35 points and 13 rebounds. And they shot 33 free throws in that game, while the Kings shot 30. So, like, it's a wash. But the Lakers, who weren't a good free throw shooting team because Shaq typically stinks from the free throw line, they shot 27 of 33. Shaq was 11 of 15 in that game. The Kings, who again lost by 6 points in overtime at home, shot just 16 of 30. 14 missed free throws. Cry me a river, J-Ball. Make the free throws that you are given at home in game 7, and they would have won, but they didn't. So the Lakers three-peated fair and square, J-Ball. And again, it was with not much help. It was Kobe, Shaq, and nobody else on that title run team specifically. It was Derek Fisher was the 3rd leading scorer on that team that year. LeBron could never win a championship where he had a Derek Fisher type player as his 3rd option. He never has. Next in is Skap's Extra Strong Cologne, again with a very generous donation. Thank you very much, Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. I appreciate it, my friend. Gary, what does this one say?
Given LeBron's absurd selection to this year's NBA All-Star game and adding Shedeur Sanders to the NFL Pro Bowl, All-Star selections now have 0 value to a player's resume. Only All-Pro and All-NBA teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. The Pro Bowl is even worse than All-Stars in the NBA. Like the All-Pro it's just absurd. How meaningless and ridiculous that thing's gotten. To your point with Shedeur Sanders, it's just a joke. But yes, the All-Star game is reaching that level as well. Really, you're right. All-NBA and All-Pro are really the two like for All-Pro, there's 2 teams selected. So like the best 2 players at each team at each position. And in the NBA, there's 15 players selected, all NBA, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. But there's no positionality. So it's just the 15 best players in the NBA. So I agree with that take. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. I second that. So we'll have to keep an eye, obviously. Now, there is a 65-game minimum requirement that is instituted in the NBA. So it could be pretty interesting because, to me, the best 5 players in the NBA are pretty much etched in stone right now. I said them earlier. I'll say them again. It's really not a stretch. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Luka Doncic, and Victor Wembanyama. And right now, it's going to be tight for like all of those players except Shai. Like Victor might not make it, Doncic might not make it, Jokic might not make it. Wemby, Luka, Giannis, and Jokic. That none of them might make it. Jokic can miss 1 more game the rest of the way. I think Giannis already can't make it. He's already ineligible. And then Victor's, I think he can miss like maybe 4 more games, 3 or 4 more games. And then Luka, I'm not quite certain there. I don't know how many he's missed. I think though he's missed like 11 already. So he can only miss like 5 more. So it's going to be interesting this year to see who the first team selections are to go along with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. There's going to be a bunch of first team guys on there. So that will be something we definitely have to keep our eyes on. But good point. Skap's Extra Strong Cologne, and I do agree with you. All right, we've got J-Ball back in again. Gary, go ahead. It looks like he's got some Kobe love to deal out here, but it's a backhanded comment. I can already smell it coming. So go ahead.
I love Kobe. I have him in my top 5, but he's the greatest shot chucker of all time. If so many other players shot his volume, they'd be up there.
I'm glad you brought that up, J-Ball. Let me just check and see here. I'm going to check the most field goal attempts per game in NBA history. Let me just hit the search. My speculation is here, before clicking on this link, my speculation is twofold. LeBron is above Kobe Bryant, and there are at least 12 other players all time that are above Kobe Bryant. Let's see if I'm right or wrong. I want field goal attempts per game. Okay, let's see here. All right, I've got the official list here, J-Vol. Oh, my. Would you look at that? Kobe Bryant is 16th all time on the list. 16th. J-Ball, there are 15 players above that have shot more shots per game than Kobe Bryant. And here they are in order: Elgin Baylor, Michael Jordan, Will Chamberlain, Allen Iverson, Pete Maravich, Bob Pettit, Luka Doncic, Jerry West, Rick Barry, Dominique Wilkins, George Mikan, George Gervin, Donovan Mitchell, Geoff Petrie, and LeBron James. Those are the players all time, 15 of them, who have shot more times per game than Kobe Bean Bryant. Again, thanks for checking in, J-Ball. I love the commentary by you here tonight. You're really proving things for me. All right, we've got Jolly Joshams in next here. Jolly, welcome, a regular. Always glad to see you, brother. I appreciate you. Gary, what's the question or comment from Jolly Joshams?
Saw you were on and wanted to show some love. Glad to hear from both you and Gary.
Thank you, Jolly Joshams. I appreciate you, brother. Hopefully you're still on. This was sent at 1:20. It's 1:55. We have a lot of super chats tonight, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. We still have about 250 people on, though. So why the hell not? We'll stay on, too, of course, until we hit these super chats. It is nearing 2 a.m. We are approaching the 3.5-hour mark on this live stream, but the energy is still high. I love these super chats. I actually love this next one. I am dying at this next one. I will read this one to Gary, since it's to you, Gary. I don't think you're gonna find this as humorous as me. You don't have to respond, Gary, if you don't want to. It is, of course, from Lester's Banana. Gary, we want the cucumber in your labum.
Well, that will be 10,000 American dollars.
Wow. Reasonable.
American dollars.
Reasonable. That's a deal, Lester. That's a deal. So look, Gary said 1,000 for him to just take a little nibble of the cucumber. Now only 10K for it in his labum, as you put it. I'm telling you, Lester's Banana. It's Gary828 at onlyfans.com. You can head on over. This is a family show here and a family channel. So I will not stand for that kind of shenanigans or X-rated stuff on my own platform here. But again, Gary828 at OnlyFans. That's 10K, Lester. And for that, you will get the cucumber in Gary's you-know-where. Thank you for your continued support of us here on my platform, though. We've got Sumna Lennon in next, and we've got some new ones coming in here tonight. So at least some ones I haven't seen in the sponsor area. So thank you guys very much. And again, we're approaching 60 super chats tonight. So a very generous night from you guys. And Gary and I both appreciate you very much. But Gary, what does Sumna Lennon have for us?
Well, I think he's directing this to me. What do you think, Skap? Are you familiar with Awful Coaching Channel? Have you watched that before?
Is the other guy there voice of Awful Coaching? So this is not Awful Coaching. I have not seen a full video of Awful Coaching.
Have you heard his voice though?
Yes.
That's what he said. He thinks that I'm him because I'm yelling the way that I was momentarily ago. No, I am different, but we do have a similar style when I get into an intense debate. I don't always sound that intense, but I have fun doing that in spurts from time to time. I enjoy doing that for fun.
So yes, it is not something. It is Gary828. So hopefully you go check him out. We got J-Ball. I'll read this one to you, Gary, since it's to you kind of. J-Ball is back in. Someone tell Gary I'm going to call SpongeBob to come get him before he blows out his mic. MJ never even made the finals without Scottie, Superman, Pippen. You were very worked up earlier, Gary.
I
You were kind of, you were
apologize.
testing the capacities of your mic, the boundaries of your microphone.
Yeah, I apologize if it was too loud on the mic, if it started hurting people's ears because of that, because I didn't hear that kind of feedback from my end. But if it did, yeah, I apologize, and I'll be mindful of that going forward.
No, it wasn't hurting anyone's ear. We just couldn't hear you. We just wanted to hear you. You were basically cutting out at times because.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, and like I said, to clarify, I'm having fun with that. I'm not full of hatred. I'm actually not hateful at all. So just to clarify that, J-Ball, I don't hate you. I'm having fun. I like mixing it up with, Gen Zs that think they know about basketball.
Look, J-Ball, to paraphrase your guy, your GOAT, LeBron, it's just basketball. Like, right. After LeBron got beat down again by Nikola Jokic in the first round 2 years ago, he said, it's just basketball, guys. So like ultimately we kid, it's fun. Like we get worked up, we yell, we scream, we sometimes maybe might even call each other names back and forth, but ultimately it's just sports. Like it's a fun conversation. Like it's important to all of us. So it gets heated at times, but like it's just all fun at the end of the day. And you are right, J-Ball. At the end of the day, MJ never did make it to any finals without Scottie Pippen. Guilty. Michael Jordan needed one single other all-star to get into the playoffs. He did. Like, LeBron James needed 2 perennial all-stars to win 3 of his 4 championships. Because at the time he was winning with Miami, Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade were perennial all-stars. And at the time he won in Cleveland, yes, I know that one specific year in 2016, Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving didn't make the All-Star team because Kyrie Irving missed like 30 games to start the year. He was All-Star caliber, though, and he was playing as such in the playoffs. And Kevin Love didn't make the All-Star team that specific year, but he did the year before that year that LeBron won in Cleveland, and he made it the year after that LeBron won his time in Cleveland. So Kyrie and Love were perennial all-stars at that point in time. Like Kyrie made the all-star team basically every year that he played with LeBron, except for that one year that he didn't play 30 games to start the year, therefore really wasn't eligible. And then Kevin Love made the all-star team like 2 years encompassing that year. So like 2 perennial all-stars for LeBron to win 3 of his 4 titles. And then his 4th title came with someone who was better than Scottie Pippen in Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis, the 1 year, I kid you not, was like prime Shaq level. The year that in 2020, when AD helped LeBron to the NBA Finals in the bubble. Like AD was 2nd league-wide in Defensive Player of the Year. He was 5th league-wide in MVP. He was 1st team All-NBA, 1st team All-NBA defense. He led the Lakers in win shares both in the playoffs and regular season, and he led the NBA playoffs in the bubble in scoring. So, like, AD was better than Scottie Pippen was when Michael Jordan was winning those championships, and LeBron had a great supporting cast other than AD on that Lakers squad. They had Kyle Kuzma, they had Alex Caruso, they had Rajon Rondo, they had Dwight Howard. So, like, just spare me the look. Michael Jordan never got there without Scottie Pippen. Cool, bro. Like 1 all-star is what Michael Jordan needed to win 6 championships in 8 years. LeBron could never, and obviously he never has, in 23 years, ever approached that level of dominance. Go ahead, Gary.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I love this argument. It's like, gotcha. Like they're going to beat us because, well, Jordan had to have a teammate. Do you think that he's supposed to go out there and play 5-on-1? Is that the only way we can possibly crown him above LeBron? Well, he had Scottie Pippen. Yeah, he had teammates. Jordan was there for years, and then he's the nucleus piece to the roster, and then the team drafted some players to complement him, and Scottie Pippen was one of those players. Riddle me this, J-Ball. What the hell did Scottie Pippen accomplish when he wasn't playing with Jordan? What did he do when Jordan was playing baseball? What did he do afterwards? Well, I saw him gag and puke all over himself in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals against the second coming of Jordan and Kobe Bryant, because we all know LeBron wants to be the second coming of Jordan, in which he isn't, because that was Kobe Bryant. Because Kobe Bryant is better than Jordan. Better than LeBron, has accomplished more than LeBron. So you can save all this. Or he had to have Scottie Pippen. Yeah, he had to have Scottie Pippen. He had to have the other teammates too, because the game is 5-on-5. He's not going to go out there and play 5-on-1. This is not tennis. This is a team sport. So, of course, he had to have teammates. And lo and behold, wow, he had Scottie Pippen, a team that they acquired to complement the nucleus piece to their championship. Wow. Checkmate, J-Ball. You got us.
Yeah, J-Ball, you need to spend more time on Skap Attack channel, bro. Like, you need to dig into these videos. I don't know. You might be new to the channel. There's a lot of context stuff. Now I primarily do a lot of like breaking news, trending topic kind of reaction stuff. But back when I started in the infancy, when I had a lot to say about the historical elements and context of the game, like I've said all I have to say about that. So now I do more analysis of like current game trends and stuff. But like back early, like in the first like 150, 200 videos that I published, like I did a lot of work on this. So I hope that you go back and find those things and research into that. Go ahead, Gary.
And I have something else to add. J-Ball and people of this generation, and I'm not saying this to be insulting. I know a lot of you guys are sensitive. I'm really not saying this to be insulting, but the truth is you guys are arrogant. And I'll say why. Like, you try to throw the little insult at us. Oh, are you guys watching it in the 1960s? Here's the difference between me, who was born in the 70s. Skap was born in the 80s. Here's the difference between your generation and our generation. You're going to sit there and not ask questions to the previous generations. Instead, you're going to tell us what happened, because as you pointed out, well, I can go back and watch the games on YouTube. Yeah, great for you, but you didn't live it. You didn't witness it. So therefore, there's a lot of the intangibles in the context that you do not understand. I am always so skeptical. Jay, what I always say, I personally think Jordan's the GOAT, but I can't definitively say it because I was not around to witness Wilt Chamberlain, who is another candidate for GOAT. And when I talk about, Skap, what did I say? It would be great for you, for example, you can talk to your father who witnessed the Steel Curtain Steelers in the 70s. You weren't there. You can read about it. You can watch footage, but you don't know. So instead of you, Skap, who's in your 40s, trying to talk to 60-year-olds and 70-year-olds and tell them who the greatest of all time is or what generation was best, instead, I can't speak for you, but for me, I love having conversations with guys who are 20, 30 years older. What was it like back then? Because I'm trying to learn from them. I want them to educate me. I'm not going to go to them and tell them what happened in their own era, even if I can watch some footage. So I'm saying, J-Ball, your generation is arrogant. You can't tell you guys anything. You think you know it all. Well, I watched some highlights on YouTube, so I know the 90s was weak. You don't know shit. And the problem is you think that you do, but you really don't. Because what's the slogan for Nike and LeBron? We were all witnesses. Yes, Jay and I were witnesses to LeBron. Guess what? We were witnesses to Kobe and witnesses to Jordan as well. I lived through the entire Jordan. So instead, you should be like, man, guys, well, what do you think about this? You know, I see LeBron's accomplished all this. I think he may be better than Kobe, or I think he may be better than Jordan. What do you guys think? Because you guys were there and witnessed it. But instead, no, you're going to talk at us and you're going to tell us, even though we witnessed it ourselves in real time. And that's the problem with the whole Gen Z generation. They think they know everything. And as the saying goes, you don't know what you don't know.
And that's a good point, Gary. And I just want to add real quick that, like, I don't even know if J-Ball's on right now, but let me just like simplify this. Like, I get a lot of flack personally from defending Nikola Jokic. LeBron James LeBron James in his prime joined a top 3 player in the NBA in Dwayne Wade. And he played with that guy for 4 years. He then went and got Kevin Love was like a top 5 to 10 player in the NBA the year before he joined with LeBron. And then they had Kyrie Irving, who was like an ascending all-star point guard. Like, so basically, like LeBron James in his absolute prime played 4 years with like a top 10 player. Then he went and joined up with Anthony Davis, who's like another top 10 player. Like, if you gave prime Nikola Jokic like a top 10 player and another perennial all-star, he would win the championship every year. Like, so until Nikola, like, that's why I don't criticize him, because he doesn't have the components that other great players this era have had that have won more than him. But if LeBron was so great, it's this easy. If LeBron was so great, he has played with enough great players that he should have won a lot more titles. He's played in 23 freaking years. Like, I don't care how you want to daisy chain it or explain away or excuse him for like a couple losses, like, oh, well, he didn't have Kyrie or Kevin Love that 1 year in 2015 when he lost to the Warriors. Fine, whatever. Like, but 23 years, if he really was the GOAT and he's had all of this great supporting cast around him, I don't care what the competition looked like, he would have found a way to win more than four titles. Is thoroughly it's just unacceptable if you've played 23 completely healthy and uninterrupted injury seasons, 23 of them with great supporting cast. Like, he's just a loser. Like, he's a great individual player with great counting stats and like accolades and a resume. So like, yes, you can put him top 10, but like, he's not top 5. He's just not. Like, I'm not putting a loser in my top 5. I'm sorry, I just won't. So like, that's kind of where I stand, and that's like an easy way, I feel like, to kind of explain it away to these people that didn't experience it or couldn't watch it all. Like, Michael Jordan, in an 8-year span, when he started a full season and had one other all-star, he won every time. Like, that is just thorough dominance. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, a guy that impacts and dominates his skill, his like competition set that thoroughly. Like, it's just, I don't care. Like, anything else you say to me is irrelevant. Like, Jordan played the competition he played. LeBron played the competition he played. LeBron had more help than Jordan, and Jordan won a lot more, because Jordan played basically like 12 healthy seasons and won 60 titles or 6 titles. LeBron played 23 healthy seasons and counting and has won 4. Like, it's not comparable. Like, Michael Jordan is an elite winner, and LeBron James is one of the all-time losers. So go ahead, Gary.
And I can't believe I forgot to mention this earlier. And I know you guys are going to get annoyed, but I got to bring up the eyes again. LeBron does not have that look in his eyes.
That is true.
Overwhelmed. He's a deer in headlights in his eyes. He gets overwhelmed. That's what happened in 2011. See, LeBron's the bully. What he does is, if he can just outmatch you, he'll dominate you. But remember in 2011, the Heat won the first game against the Mavericks. And then they were up 93 to like, was it 93-78 or something? They were up by like 15 anyways, they were up big, and there was 7 minutes to go. And they started taunting the Mavericks. And if you go back and look at the last 7 minutes of game 2, all of a sudden, Dirk and Jason Terry went on a run, and LeBron was overwhelmed. He couldn't handle it. And the Mavericks come back and get a miracle rally and win the tightest series. And everything in that moment shifted because LeBron got punched in the mouth. And you can see it in his eyes. He's afraid and he's overwhelmed. Look at the image when Matt Barnes took the ball and tried to throw it in Kobe's face. Kobe didn't flinch. That's the look in the eye I'm talking about. Look at that gif
of Michael Jordan, and you talk about plumbers. How about Xavier McDaniel? Remember him, Skap? And what happened? Who was an Iron Man? And what happened when he was going toe-to-toe with Jordan? Jordan got right in his face, eye to eye, and locked eyes like, MF, I'm here. What the F are you going to do? That's the look in the eye that I'm talking about. And that is the look of the eye that champions have. Eye of the Tiger. It's even a song about it. And you guys are mocking. Everyone's in the chat saying L take, L take, L take. When I said that earlier, there's even a song about the eyes of a champion. You've got to have that look. If the moment can't be too big for you, and the moment's always too big for LeBron, which is why the league had to help him.
I see Joel Seppin. J2 says, not the eyes again. Yes, Gary.
But am I right? How about Kobe not flinching when Matt Barnes threw the ball?
I agree. You can see some guys have it, and some guys want the moment, some guys don't want the moment. Like you're right, and you can see, you can see and you can tell.
When's LeBron ever looked like that? What happens if he gets knocked down? He rolls around and like grimaces in pain. With Dante Devinchenko last year, they collided. He's 6 inches shorter and 50 pounds lighter.
Well, as LeBron would have you know, he did tear his ACL or something.
Yeah, but he was dancing.
He sprained his ACL or something, according to LeBron. Right. All right, Thunderhead 527.
What did Kobe do when he tore his ACL? He made his free throws. He didn't roll around on the ground, and that was a real legitimate injury.
His Achilles. But yes, okay. So we've got Thunderhead 527 back in. Gary, go ahead with Thunderhead for us.
It's a complete Skap. Hey, Skap, I've been watching your videos for close to 2 years now. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Thunderhead. And thank you to everybody out there. I know I do have a lot of people on here that are very avid and faithful followers. And I do have like a pretty tight subscriber base. You guys always come to bat for me. You watch pretty much all my videos. So I really do. I'm very honored and privileged to have you guys here with me. I'm very thankful to have you guys. And I definitely do not take it for granted. So thank you, Thunderhead 527, and thank all of you guys. Next in, we've got, oh boy, this is gonna be a tough one, Gary. Wait, I'm sorry. HaneAvi.com, maybe?
Yep. .com. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Again, we're getting a lot of new sponsors in here tonight. So thank you guys very much. I do appreciate it. Gary, go ahead with this HaneAvi.com, I think it is.
The anti-doping and illegal gambling incidents are slowly closing in for Labaco, allegedly. Did you get my recent email, Skap? IFAN and Singapore.
Oh, Ifan. Yes. I did see your email. I'm sorry. I have been not traveling. I'm gearing up for a travel. I've been doing stuff around the home front here, getting ready. I'm going to be out of town for, I don't know, like a couple, 10 days, 2 weeks. I'm not quite sure. I'm going to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So as many of you know, that's where I'm from. So my parents still live there. So I'm going to help them with some stuff that came up. So I will be out of town and hopefully still working on some content, doing some lives, doing videos. And Ifan or iPhone, I'm not quite sure exactly. But yes, I did see you sent me a lengthy email. I did read it. So I will get back to your email. Yes, thank you for sending that. I'm not going to talk about the content or something that has been plaguing my channel for a couple weeks or months now. You were bringing up. So I do have some thoughts that I'd like to share with you on that. So I do appreciate the email and I appreciate your support. I know you've been around for a while with me. So hopefully, yes, I did see that you have the studio is nearing completion as well. So perhaps, yes, we can maybe we can work together, collaborate on something at some point, and I will get back to you on that email. And again, thank you for sending it and for your support in the email. I appreciate it. We've got NATO123 in next. NATO, welcome in. Thank you for the very generous donation. I appreciate you. And Gary, what is the question or comment from Nato?
Yeah, this guy gets it. Thoughts on LeBron rewriting history nonstop? No Miami Big Three. Having a bag is overrated. Ring culture is overrated. Bubble ring the hardest. 82 games is harder today than in the 90s. He's so insecure. LOL.
Yeah, Nato, you're spot on. LeBron is forever and always moving the goalpost, changing the criteria. And it really all stems from the fact that he's a loser. Like he could not live up to the parameters and I say the parameters, but really just the stipulations that were set forth for all-time greats, to the barometer to measure greats that was set forth well before LeBron. I mean, it really was just about winning championships. And unfortunately, some great players just caught bad luck. Like they just got bad breaks because they weren't in an organization that treated them the right way. Like it sucks, unfortunately. Like those players like, I don't know, Hakeem Olajuwon. I'll even say like Dirk Nowitzki, like great players that just never had the right supporting pieces put around them, like Giannis Antetokounmpo. He is getting out now. Like Nikola Jokic to this point. Like, unfortunately, it sucks. Like those guys are great players. They just don't win as much, and they're generally not regarded as highly. LeBron, though, rather than trying to win valid championships, just saw the fact that like, I can't do it here. So I better just jump around and get as many as I can to try to insinuate myself with those guys that could win those championships. And he just one jump wasn't enough. He had to jump from Cleveland to Miami. Then he had to jump back to Cleveland. Then he had to jump to LA. Like I said at the beginning, like 4 hours ago when we started talking about this, like I don't see it as a feather in the cap that he wins more championships with other teams than anybody else. That is a detraction. Like winning championships with one organization is a key barometer, in my estimation, to gauging greatness, because it's harder to do. It's harder to stay relevant. It's harder to rebuild on the fly, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So LeBron couldn't do it. So he started changing the conversation, or trying to, a long time ago. And now, to Nato's point, he continues to do it over and over and over again. We're just gonna continue to try to change and manipulate the conversation. He's gonna use his platforms now because Rich Paul has now a podcast that's on YouTube. LeBron, of course, has his Mind the Game podcast that's also on YouTube. So he's changing the conversations in real time on his own platforms. It really is next level stuff. All right, we've got it's Ifon back in again, yes, or iPhone. I'm not sure. I know I'm not sure exactly which way. I read it as Ifon, but he's back in. Go ahead with this latest one, and thank you very much for coming in and for supporting us here. I do appreciate it, Gary. What's this latest question or comment from him say?
Remember, Skap, in 1991 and 1998, MJ the GOAT won without any other all-star and won over 60 games doing that in a much tougher league. LeBalco could never.
Yeah, and again, I say like Scottie Pippen wasn't an all-star, but he was like on that team, and he was like an all-star caliber player, although Scottie Pippen wasn't very good in 1998, quite frankly. And he wasn't very good in the postseason at all that year in 98. So that would kind of count as not having an all-star, because Kyrie Irving was an all-star that year in 2016 when they won. He just didn't make the all-star team because, again, he missed the front load of games at the beginning of the season. But in the back half of the season, he was absolutely an all-star. In fact, in the playoff run, he averaged 25 points per game, and LeBron averaged 26. So, like, give me a break that Kyrie wasn't an all-star.
The clutch shot. He's the one that hit the clutch shot at the end of Game 7.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, great point there, Ifon. Like you said, LeBalco could never. Okay, we've got the Jupiter Knight back in again. Man, the Jupiter Knight. There's been a lot of recurring super chats tonight. I appreciate all you guys very much. Man.
Never a series that Jordan won in those 6 championships that he was not the clear best talented player on there. Unlike
Sure.
LeBron, Wade was on there. Kyrie in 2016, of course, they wouldn't have won it without LeBron, but they also would not have won it without Kyrie. It wasn't like you don't see like highlights of other players who are just running around taking control in the fourth quarter when it mattered. Yes, Steve Kerr hit the game-winning shot, but why did he do that? It was because Jordan was the quarterback and he was reading the defense. Do I going to take a higher percentage shot shooting it myself or kicking it out to another guy? The difference is LeBron looks like the moment's too big. Jordan didn't look like that. Jordan just made a smart basketball move and they won. Whether it was in 93 when they kicked it out to John Paxson or if it was in 97 when he kicked it out to Steve Kerr. That was the right basketball move. And in 98, he took the shot himself. So he can take the shot himself or kick it back out if that's the right move. But he's not scared. Look in his eyes. He's totally confident, whereas LeBron looks afraid and overwhelmed.
I mean, I think LeBron was obviously like, he was the best player. I mean, he was the best player for several of his rings. I think Anthony Davis, really, I do think Anthony Davis was the real MVP of the bubble. I think he led that postseason in win share and points total for the playoffs. He anchored their defense. Like, I don't care that LeBron won the finals MVP. Anthony Davis was the playoff MVP that year.
What I'm saying
LeBron was not the best player on that team.
I agree. What I'm saying is this. It was close. When LeBron was finals MVP, it was always like AD was a very, very close second. Like it, and then when he won MVP in 2016, Kyrie was a very close second. My point is, there was never, ever a question or a close second in any of those Bulls championships. It was head and shoulders Jordan, and no one even disputed it. That's my point.
Well, and LeBron, look, people say LeBron was always the best player in the series. Like, even if he lost, he wasn't, obviously. Like, he was the fourth best player in the Mavericks series in 2011. And then, I mean, KD and Curry were better than him in finals that they beat LeBron in. So, like, LeBron, like, there's a mythos about LeBron that is overstated for sure. And it's in revisionism, and there's no doubt about that. We've got 1 Love 10 checking in on in the Pippen MJ kind of conversation we've been having. Gary, go ahead and read this one from 1 Love 10. And thank you very much, 10. I appreciate you.
Pippen and MJ grew together to dominate.
That's true. I mean, they still today, the greatest dynasty since the end of the 1950s to 60s, Boston Celtics. So really the second best dynasty in NBA history, the Chicago Bulls still. So we've played, pro basketball since like 1940. The ABA NBA merger was 1976. If you want to go from the modern era, which is post ABA NBA merger in 76, that would mean that the Bulls are still the greatest dynasty ever, and it is now like 50 years later. So just a hell of a team. We've got J-Vol back in again. So J-Vol was still here. I said I didn't know if J-Vol was still here, but he sent this, I don't know, about 15 minutes ago. So he is still in. And we are almost at the end of our Super Chats. But go ahead with this latest one from J-Vol.
I think we need to read this to me.
Okay. I'll read it. Gary, I love you too, but I can't say the same for Skap. He's the illegitimate son of Skip Bayless. Also, I did ask about George Mikan in your era. Listen, J-Ball.
Yeah,
Skip
listen,
Bayless,
you got the wrong message. When I was joking around with Lester earlier, I'm sorry, man. I like women. I'm sorry, J-Ball.
Listen, J-Ball.
I appreciate it, though.
I respect Skip Bayless merely because he was on air well before me. I had no platform. I didn't have a platform for, I just started doing this like 2.5 years ago. But I was against LeBron from the very beginning. I saw his loser tendencies when he was in high school. I identified that they followed over to the NBA. And I have been against LeBron from the very beginning with an open mind for him to prove me wrong. And he continues to prove me right for 23 years now. So, but I respect Skip Bayless because he is one of the very few, along with me, that was on the right side of LeBron from the beginning. But I'll say this about Skip Bayless. He never looked this good, J-Ball. How could I be the illegitimate son of Skip Bayless? Look at this genetics that I have here. Come on. I look nothing like Skip Bayless. Also, he's about 5'4". I am 6'3". There's nothing. There's no comparison you can draw between me physically and Skip Bayless. So, J-Ball, I take great offense and exception to this comment, but thank you for the support nonetheless, and your continued generosity here throughout our little 4-hour live stream now, just about. And go ahead, Gary. Go ahead.
You do know how old Skip is, in that he is much like you in a sense. Like he literally has gone over 20 years without missing a single workout. He's insane.
Oh, he's in great shape. There's no doubt about that.
So that's not an insult if someone were to say that you resemble. Everybody should have similar health to Skip Bayless when they're in their 70s.
He's 74. I am right around LeBron. LeBron and I are very similarly aged. I'll just say that. And we're both also, well, I don't know. He's probably not a Sagittarius. He's probably the next thing. Whatever the next thing that follows Sagittarius, because he's at the very end of the month. I'm in the middle of the month. So I don't want to pollute my Sagittarians with LeBron, but we are both December babies as well. So yes, LeBron and I are very similarly aged. And I gotta be honest, I think I look better than LeBron. I am in tremendous shape, and I do not use any of the Labalco to get into the kind of condition that I am in here. But
what percent do you give yourself beating LeBron one-on-one in basketball?
Oh, that's a 0. I mean, I have no delusions that I would. I bet I could beat LeBron in a shooting contest, though. I bet in a game of horse I would beat LeBron.
I'm good at shooting too. That might be a challenge one day.
But no, LeBron's got. Oh, I don't know. I'm about 6'3", 190 right now. So LeBron's got, I don't know, 5-6 inches and like 60, 70 pounds on me. So yeah, and obviously a great deal of athleticism as well. We've got Stefan, though, is still on hand. Thank you, my friend, and thank you for yet another generous donation here tonight. It has been quite a night here on the super chat front, which is why we are clicking ever so closer to that 4-hour mark. We're gonna get out of here soon, though. But what is the question or comment here from Stefan of Vacation Wealth Partners?
Top 5 plumbers you'd like to see in this soft ass era. Mine are Prime Sabonis, Pistol Pete, Jerry West, Larry Bird, and for fun, Tim Legler. Because it'd be hilarious to see Legs average 25 points per game today.
I mean, I, of course, would love to see Kobe Bryant. I don't know if Kobe's a plumber. I don't know if Kobe qualifies for plumber. Probably not, because he overlapped with LeBron's era. So I guess Kobe's not a plumber. So, but Jordan, I would definitely like to see Jordan in today. Larry Bird for sure, because Larry Bird would be putting up like Jokic numbers 100% in today's era. I would definitely take those two. You know, I think I would like to see a player like maybe like George Gervin and see what he could do scoring wise in today's era. I think that would be really something. And then maybe I would like to see like a real tough guy in today's era to show like Draymond Green what a real tough guy is. Like Charles Oakley. I would like to see Charles like a real legitimate, like bruising tough guy. And then, yeah, I would love to see Wilt Chamberlain in today's era, because I mean, that dude was a specimen. So like, while he doesn't fit, his game doesn't fit the era today, like he's not going to be a stretch 5 or he's not going to be able to space the court, but like he was an absolute specimen of an athlete. So I think those would probably be the guys that I would most like to see in today's era. Great question, Stefan. Great question. Yep. We've got Sonic SY5T or 5L. I'm sorry, Sonic S -Y 5L. I'm not sure. Sonic, thank you very much for jumping in here with us. I appreciate it. Gary, what is the question or comment here from Sonic?
Speaking of efficiency, 2003 through 2009, Kobe's true shooting percentage is higher than LeBron's, 56% versus 55%. It's 2010's LeBron with true percentage advantage.
Yeah, that's because the NBA got much harder, or it got much easier right around like 2011-ish. So like when you look at LeBron's first like 6-ish years in the NBA, like he shot under 50% from the field. And then he obviously was a lousy outside shooter. Kobe Bryant actually was an above average shooter in his true shooting percentage and effective field goal percentage. He actually was always and consistently pretty significantly by like 2-3 percentage points above league average in both of those metrics. So it's not that Kobe was inefficient. It's that Kobe played in an inefficient era. And it was basically, for unfortunately and unluckily enough for Kobe, his whole career. Like the NBA got really hard and defensive in 95. Kobe came in 96. And then it started getting like markedly easier right around 2011. Kobe ruptured his Achilles and basically ended his career in 2012. So like Kobe's whole career was played in like by far the hardest era and the most inefficient era in NBA history. So like that's why the numbers look like they do for Kobe Bryant. That's a great point, Sonic. And it's one that I do talk about pretty regularly, or I try to on my channel. So great point. Thank you for making it. Thank you for supporting us here. Okay, we've got at AK4048-H3H, AK4048. What's up? Thank you very much for your kind support. Gary, what's the question or comment here?
Skap, would you ever come to Little St. James? Is that a James Harden reference, or is that an actual location?
Let's see. Let me Google Little St.
Are you referring to James Harden when you call him Little Game James?
Oh no, Little St. James is in the United States Virgin Islands is where it's at. I would love to. I was actually, I believe I was in the Virgin Islands many years ago when I was a much younger man than I am now. But yes, I would absolutely come to Little St. James. I would love to go to the Virgin Islands. I have been teasing. Look, I've been pretty inundated the last like year and a half or so with stuff around home or like back home from where I'm from originally. I live in Florida, but I'm in Pittsburgh. I've been going back to Pittsburgh a lot. So my travels, I also have a best friend that is a 12-pound Shih Tzu that doesn't travel internationally. But I have been meaning to go on a little world tour. So maybe I could swing by the Virgin Islands at some point. I do definitely want to get to Serbia. I've been promising it at some point. I have a friend that lives in England, so I could kind of base up there and then work around Europe kind of. So I've been meaning to do it. I'm going to do it at some point. So yes, I would at some point definitely go to Little St. James.
I don't know if they're joking, but they're saying that's actually Epstein Island.
Okay. Skap, though, you too. Skap eventually would love to. Okay.
See, I liked it better, Little Game James. I like that question.
So the answer, okay, so let me rephrase. No, I would not go to Epstein Island. Apparently, I said, look, this is the second Epstein reference of the night now, of which I made very clear the first time it was brought up. I know nothing about it. I really don't care to comment on it.
Speaking of, I know who you'd find there. Go to the next question. That's who you would find at Epstein Island waiting for you. So another reason not to go there.
So anyway, apparently, the Epstein Island is in the Virgin Islands, I guess, in Little St. James. So I Googled it. I saw nothing but that it's an island in the Virgin Islands. So no, I would not go to Little St. James Island, I guess. If it is Epstein Island, then no, I would not go there. I do not know anything about it. So no, the answer would be no, but let's see who would be.
The next commenter is who's going to be waiting for you at Epstein Island.
No backsies Legary. It's 2026. Have some pride. Okay. Yes, we're getting definitely off track here with Epstein and Gary's OnlyFans stuff. So yes, yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here. We are luckily, thankfully, at the very end of this super chat run. We are at 65 super chats. This is the very last one. It is fittingly J-Vol. So J-Vol. Oh, okay. Skap, do you want to read this, Gary, or should I?
Skap or Gary, any real world advice? I have a girlfriend, but I plan on leaving her because I feel she doesn't fully appreciate LeBron's greatness. Well, she's better off without you if you're trying to subject those lies on her. She sounds like she wants a man who's honest, and that's not you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I typically don't give relationship advice. I am married. Just one of the many reasons I would not go to Epstein Island. But I would say this, J-Ball, if you have a girl right now that does not appreciate LeBron, you've got yourself a good one. You've got yourself a smart one. And I think you might have yourself a keeper. So what you should do, J-Ball, rather than breaking up with her or leaving her, you should consider, I would say, putting a ring on that finger. But since you're, I don't know, only 20 or 21, I would recommend not getting married at such a young age. But hold on to that one. Grow together. Let her educate you on the ways of why LeBron James is overrated. And maybe one day the two of you could forge a long-lasting relationship in the bonds of marriage. Gary, go ahead.
I don't hate her. I am for her. And I don't want her in an abusive marriage with a husband who is gaslighting her and who's not properly educating her and misleading her. So I think it's in her best interest for her to part ways and to find someone with some real knowledge of the NBA.
Well, there you have it. And I was going to say that does it for the night. However, we did get another super chat that slid in here. So let's get back to Sharpshooter 30, the guy who's just waiting for LeBron to retire so he doesn't have to watch any more NBA basketball. Go ahead, Sharpshooter 30. What does he have, Gary?
I haven't watched NBA since the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, well, luckily for you, since you don't want to watch, you only want to watch LeBron, I should say, you won't have much to watch this playoffs either. You're going to have about 4 or 5 games to watch, and that's it, because he's going to be getting swept or gentleman swept more than likely in the first round. So there you have it, Sharpshooter. Don't worry. He will put you out of your misery quickly and leave the real basketball to the rest of us that enjoy the game without LeBron, which hopefully we're getting to a place soon when that is going to be a reality every night, night in and night out, when LeBron is no longer part of the NBA. But that does bring us to an end of the super chats. 66 super chats in all. Thank you all very much. Still 234 people in here. Crazily enough, after 4 hours of us being on, it is 2:40 in the United States of America on the East Coast. So it has been a very long night for Gary and myself. Many thanks to Gary for being here and for everything, obviously, that you do, Gary, and helping us have as best of a show as we can here. And many thanks to all of you guys who have stayed on all night, over 200 of you still, and all of the generosity in the super chats. I can't thank you guys enough. And many thanks to even the people with dissenting opinions. J-Vol, thank you for throwing us some dissenting opinions and really mixing it up and keeping the conversation going. And I'm officially putting a moratorium on Epstein commentary since I got on that one. And someone asked me for other. There will be no more Epsteining moving forward on here. I do not condone any Epstein activities, nor do I have any commentary to make on that. So I will be blocking comments moving forward, which pertains to that. And other than that, it was a great, fun night, I think, from all of you and from Gary as well. So thank you, everybody. We've got a lot of stuff to keep an eye on. It is now, like I said, nearly 3 a.m. on the 4th. So we are, I don't know, now we are like 36 hours away from the trade deadline, which is fast approaching at 3 p.m. on February 5th. Let me just take one quick ESPN look here. Make sure no Giannis Antetokounmpo trades in the middle of the night. Nope, Giannis is still with the Milwaukee Bucks at this point. But guys, please, oh boy, another super chat right when I was about to sign off. Gotta hop on, and it's J-Vol trying to get the last word. Go ahead, Gary. Let's see what J-Vol has for our 67th super chat.
Scott, wait. Do you spray tan or just tan?
I have never spray tanned in my entire life. I've been inside of a tanning salon or whatever, tanning bed or whatever it is, one time and one time only. It was when I was in college and I went to college at Penn State, which is, you don't see sun there for like 2 months straight at times. I was going on to like Fort Lauderdale for spring break one year, and I was going to singe. Like I would fry in the sun if I didn't get like at least one little tanning base. So I went to one tanning session that one time. And other than that, that's it, J-Ball. I don't tan at all. In fact, I just go outside. I work out outside a lot most of the year. I live in Florida. And I mentioned earlier, my best friend, who is a 12-pound Shih Tzu, I would pick her up. She is the cutest dog on the face of the planet, and she is inseparable with me. She's by my side 24/7. She is right next to me in my office here as I do these videos or live streams. She's my little assistant. I would show her to you guys, but she's sleeping so nicely. I don't want to rip her out of her little bed. But I walk her for 90 minutes at the beginning of my day. So I get up roughly around 7:30 or 8, and I go out with her for 90 minutes. I then work out when I get back outside. So she sits out there as I'm working out outside for about 45 minutes. Then around 5 p.m., we go on another hour to hour 15. So again, do the math. That's a lot of outside time in Florida. So that's why I have this lovely glow, J-Ball. Don't hate, brother. Don't be jealous, my guy. Yeah, I mean, I know I look good, but you don't have to hate. We've got Eric. Now we've got more super chats. We're going to hit 70. It looks like we're at now 69 super chats. Eric 5556. That's with 2 C's. Eric, welcome and thank you so much for the support. And it looks like it's just a super sticker. I don't really know what that is, but thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Really no question or comment. Just
do you see what it says? It said #1 fan. So Eric 5556 is your #1 fan.
Oh, thank you very much, Eric. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you looking out for me and being out here for me. I appreciate that. And of course, Lester Banana, who's talking about all kinds of penetrative acts and stuff on here like he typically is, just had to get up, slide up in here and make sure that he knew that he was the 69th super chat. Very clever, Lester's Banana. Very clever indeed. And on that note, I think that would be a good time to slide on out of here. Guys, again, it was a very fun night with all of you. It was great catching up. Hopefully look forward to get in touch with all of you guys again sometime this week. We'll chat more about that trade deadline and any other happenings, big news stories or anything in between there in the NBA. Of course, we're getting closer to the All-Star game as well. So I'll probably be doing a couple live streams in and around that as well. So guys, until then, please do make sure that you get over to Gary828 Sports. Give him a follow over there. And if you are not subscribed, please do so now at this time. and turn on those notifications to stay up to date with more from me. Until next time, guys.